We are in. And of course, mic check. 1, 2. 2 Legit City on the mic. We're back, boys. Back into the city. It's been a long time since I've played this. Very long time. But we're back from outer space. But I didn't think I'd find you here. I should have changed the lock. I should have got rid of the key. And now you're back from outer space. I said I'm back. How does that song go? God damn it, dude. How does that song go? Alright, we're back in, boys. Alright, we have a dumbbell. It's working pretty well. I think we're going to do a proper underpass here. And I'm thinking we might do a thing where we, instead of having this tunnel, we'll just terraform this and do something like what we did over here. Underpass. I'm thinking about doing something like that. I feel like that makes sense. Hi, would you choose the first game or Cities 2? What do you recommend? What do you think is better? Cities 2 is the worst game if you look at it from a video game standpoint. The only thing Cities Skylines 2 has is better graphics. Outside of the better graphics, I don't know how much of that matters to you. Like, this is Skylines 1 graphics right now. And it's not amazing. Everything kind of looks kind of, you know, far from modern. But it's not like it's really bad, like it's pixely or anything like that. In terms of having a playable game, Skylines 1 is better. Skyline 1 actually... Alright, so the main thing I hate about Skylines 2 is the random stupid stuff the game does to create problems. Because the game goes out of its way to create problems for you to solve. That's Skylines 2. Like, you'll have a car specifically go certain routes to create traffic. You'll have one car not moving on the freeway so that they create traffic. You have really weird instances of just nothing working. Like, if you build certain buildings, they will attract citizens from across the entire game to go to that building before doing anything else. At this point of the game, Skylines 2 is, I would say, easily the worst game, and I would not recommend it ever. So you got to understand, there's a couple things about it. They fired the dev team from Skylines 2. That was the original dev team that made Skylines 1, and they're moving studios. That happened this year. So far, there has been no updates. However, they're still selling DLCs. So that might give you an indication of like where the priorities are at. But that hopefully tells you something. Like, when it comes down to it, they're, you know, like, if you look at both games, man, they both have a good amount of problems. And I don't think they're going to be fixing anything anytime soon. So look at the games as a don't expect any improvement. From that regard, Skyline 2 is only better graphically. Everything else is worse. It runs worse. It's a heavier game. Nothing in the traffic or the industry makes sense. The AI for the civilians don't make sense. The dog AI, the homeless AI doesn't make any sense either. It's really stupid. So I can't recommend Skylines 2. I think it's just really bad. Oh, we're out of water? Well, dude, of all things. Okay. Wow, it's still not enough. Okay, we'll max it out right now. Trash is almost not processing well. Okay. We'll bump that up as well. It's still a little bit bad. Alright, we'll probably want to start doing some better distribution here. Because right now, all of our trash is coming in from the industry area. That's a little tough. Oh, no way. You're doing the bad routing right there. As long as they're, you know, going on the lanes properly. It's working pretty well. Now we're on the right. So, even demand again. We gotta make a city. I will eventually want to start utilizing going uphill here and having some housing in this elevated area. We'll eventually get to there, I think. Industrial zone. We're gonna try to separate that with some green space. But the realistic part of this that is something that we kind of have to address is the fact that it's never going to really have residency. It needs to. I do think we try to get some residency for this. I just don't think we can now until we get some of the transit options up. Which is super counterintuitive. It would be the other way around. Because we don't have transit options, we should try to zone nearby. But because there isn't that many, it feels like we kind of need to get the housing here. But it's like I want to wait for the train line instead of bopping everything. Feels bad, man. There's a good amount of space right here. There could be a nice little seaside area before the industrial area, and we'll probably try to connect the zones together. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. Alright, so... where do we want to expand right now? While we want a little bit of residency here, this is mainly going to be like a commercial area. Kind of to help out these guys. This was going to be downtown. I was thinking having a bridge connecting over the top would make a lot of sense. That wouldn't be bad. And then right now, because we need to kind of get population into the city, I feel like we need to just populate a lot of the zones. So it's probably going to be this quadrant. Man, it feels like we kind of just have to zone in, yeah. Alright, so Splash. We'll just get those in. Then we'll do it like this. We have a 1 space gap between the commercial and housing. I don't think we zone inside for the high school. We'll just keep it like that. I think we leave that part empty. This is coming off of the highway. I feel like at minimum, maybe 4 commercial. And then have some housing between a little bit more commercial right there. Maybe, maybe not. And then we can put some housing right here. The university. So I want to get some more housing. I guess we do really need to fill this up. For now. And I do think this is going to be a very hard for now. We're just going to be moving these guys in. Matixo! We gotta hydrate, boys. Alright, alright. I'm in. What's going on, Matixo? I see you over there, man. How are you? Hope you're doing good today. Hope you're having a awesome days. Hope you have a nice day. You too, man. Hope you're having a good one so far, Matixo. Hope life's treating you well. And hope all is good in your part of the world. Right now we're just playing some Skylines today, hanging out a little bit, playing some cities. What is that weird bump? So weird. Okay, a lot of people walking right here. Starting to get a little worried. What's going on, Revolvium? Welcome in. %. Pretty bad. It's probably right here. You get a lot of traffic coming in from this side. And I do know we're slowing down a lot. Whoa, what was that? Oh, wow. What the heck is this? The hell is this, man? Just finished solo leveling. I was ignoring the sandwich for no reason. Now I feel empty. Why no season 3 Sag? Takes time, man. Takes time. But yeah, do you know about the solo leveling kind of like fiasco? Solo leveling is only popular outside of Japan. Inside Japan, they don't like it. And it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense that it be like that, man. It is Korean. The reason why the Japanese people hate it is because in the anime slash light novel, the Japanese people were the enemy squad that when they got introduced, it was kind of like, okay, they're just Japanese. And then they went on to double stab, backstab the Korean hunters, right? So they got depicted as like bad guys. And it was, yeah, they not only were they there for self-interest and didn't really want to work with them, they were trying to kill off the other nation's squad. Like, that's just kind of more so that it's like, you know, it's times of war, you know? But that premise put a bad taste in their mouth. So everyone in Japan, when solo leveling was coming out, was like, this is very mid. This is okay at best. This is not that good. And then everywhere else in the world that's not Japan was, damn, solo leveling is popping. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like that sometimes, though. But yeah, that's what happens, man. When you write that kind of stuff in, you start getting the different countries feeling a certain way about it. And it's not that it's unjustified. It's very justified in most cases. It's like, dude, what'd they do to you? Why do you gotta write them like that, man? So yeah, for the most part, I could see how people could miss out on solo leveling because of the fact that there's a lot of like things like that that might get lost. Not that it gets lost, but more so you get mixed sentiment for, you know, non-anime opinions. But yeah, it really do be like that, man. You hate to see it. I will say though, solo leveling was good. I enjoyed it. First couple of episodes, didn't know it was made by Koreans. In that episode, why they're not showing the emote? Yeah, it's different. Yeah, that's one of the things, right? The different styles means that a lot of the tropes that you're familiar with in anime are no longer there. If you watch the Korean webtoons, if you watch Japanese anime, if you do the Chinese, I don't know what they call those. They have like different gags for each country. And that's kind of something, I don't want to say you have to get used to it, but that is something to consider. Each country is going to have their own kind of like, I don't want to call it gags, but that's pretty much what it is. They all have their like things that they all do just because that's kind of how it is. But yeah, solo leveling is good, man. I was happy with it. But yeah, gotta wait for the new seasons, man. Like any good show, anytime it has success, you always go, man, there's no more. Oh, man. It's usually how it goes, too. Damn, there's no more? All right, so we're adjusting a little bit of the stuff here on the freeway side, just to smooth out a little bit of the connections. Make that a 20, 20, 0. There is fine. Check news and they're leading to movies or season 3. I don't get it. I don't follow it too closely. Normally, if you're not getting a season right away, it's normally because of two things. A, it's caught up to the material, source material. B, no studio wants to produce it. So that's normally the two reasonings why we don't have a season right away. Or it could be just, you know, they're caught up in talking about the deal stuff. Who knows? But yeah, they might be wanting the guy that does the web novel, the manga stuff. Maybe he doesn't want to do the new season yet. Maybe there's some talk to that stuff. But it'd be like that, man. It'd be like that. This is kind of rough. Didn't watch Demon Slayer. Don't worry, man. I missed out on every mainstream anime, and I haven't seen a lot of them still. I haven't seen Chainsaw Man. I haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen. I haven't finished Demon Slayer. I've started the first season, caught up to it. There's a lot of good shows that I haven't seen as well. One of these days, man, when I'm not streaming, don't have to think about it, I'm just gonna binge watch everything, man. And you know that feeling you have where you're like right now going, man, there's no more to watch. I'm gonna be like, shit, man, I'm binging this. I'm binging this. Where's my cost? 220. Don't rush the demon. I don't like this. Oh, there's slipping here, which shouldn't be done that way. Okay. So we got a 3-3, so it's 1, 2, 3, 3. Okay. This has to exit. This has to slip out. And then this goes to 1 of 2 lanes. That's gotta be how this is done, so you don't get that weird distribution here. What's going on, Kill Bill? Welcome in. Hey, 21 months. Thank you, Kill Bill, for the 21 months of support. I see you over there. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you. Is this correct at 20? This doesn't look right. Maybe that is right. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote 20 that's after viewing. Don't forget that legit sub after you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I see you over there, Kill Bill. Right now we're just messing around with some of the length of the stuff here for some of the turn angles. I was gonna suggest you a mod. What's the mod, man? welcome. Appreciate you, Kill Bill. You doing all right over there? I know it's probably a little bit cold. It's probably dark. Hope you're doing all right, man. Having the good weathers, hopefully. Staying warm. All the good things. The mod was fixing traffic lines and parking pathfinding, but we can't find the name. Is it TNP? That's Cities 1. Not TNP. Wow, there's another mod that does that. I'm doing good, just relaxing. That's awesome, man. Winding down for the day. Always good, always good. After that mod, my parking lot was being used and city's getting more alive. Hey man, if that works, can't be mad about it. There we go. Got the chevron. It's a little bit requires adjustment. I hate that I have to manually do this so that the lines actually line up. That's fine though, we'll take that. Okay, and then we want to slow this down to 60. That's going to be how we want to do that. I think this is fine. No Cities 2, no Cities 2. Cities 2 is in a really bad shape. It's kind of crazy. You have to give it like another 1 to 2 years. That's the crazy thing about it, man. It's another game that you might have to get another 2 years to. But honestly, I have no faith in it anymore. Kill Bill, you probably don't know this. I don't know if you do. Maybe you do. Cities is kind of dead. And what I mean when I say that is that Paradox fired Colossal Order and they're changing studios. So that happened this year in 2025. So because of that, I don't know how I'm gonna want to actually do this. I was thinking using that for the local roads as well. But yeah, because of that, it's no longer the same dev that made the first game, and they're changing to a different studio that's within the publishing company. So the developers of the game are no longer there. And it's because I guess they're trying to scapegoat them, even though it's really late for that. Right? And it's one of those things where it's like, I don't think anything they do is going to actually be able to help. It's just one of those things, man, where it feels like they could try. I just don't think anything's gonna happen. But yeah, they're changing studios, and there's like a transition period, I guess, that you kind of have to give them. I just don't think anything's gonna happen. Because all that's gonna happen, I think, at this point is the new studio is just gonna listen to what Paradox wants to do. And then they're just going to have bad results. And Paradox is gonna be like, I don't know why it's like this. When it's their business model. Yeah, honestly, the game can't be saved. That's basically what the problem is. They should have not tried to force a launch, but they forced a launch. And why did they force a launch? They wanted the initial launch sales that you always get. You know how it is, man. They want that initial IPO. Even though this isn't stock, but they're treating it as is. Yeah, it's TMP. You just have to mess with the settings. Yeah, I know what you're talking about then. It's really hard to fix the game at that point, but it's also their own fault because they chose to use a feature that wasn't finished. Like, would you ever build a car with technology that's not fully fleshed out yet? They chose to say yes. And when the technology never came out, the game never finished, and they still tried to sell the game. I love how they fumbled the easiest game to make, and they got their money, I guess. Came at a cost, man. There's a good chance that, like, dude, I want to say that Paradox, to me, has one of the worst reputations in all video game companies. They have had probably the most scummiest practice out of every company. I want to say they've had the scummiest practice. Really hard to fix the game. Maybe the old devs are going to make a better city builder. They said they're going to move on to a new game. I just don't know what they're going to be making. Ultimate Edition scam, yep. That's the Paradox special, man. That's for sure. People will still buy their games though. I feel like that amount of people is very quickly shrinking though. And I feel like they have hurt their brand beyond repair to the point where they don't care anymore. That's what I feel like is the current state of Paradox. They're at a point where, yeah, they have their group of diehard fans that are going to buy their game. But I also at the same time think they did so much damage that nobody wants to trust or even give a chance to their titles anymore. Unless they're already invested. Some people are like, man, I've been playing this game for like 10 years. I'm just going to keep playing. You know what I'm saying? Like some people, it's just, they're just so invested, man, that they don't think they could do anything about it. I could see that with some folks. Like that's just the situation they're at. But yeah, DLC Mafia, 100%. It's tough, man. I'm just kind of impressed by how Paradox was able to have the worst launch possible in multiple video games. I remember there was like a span where Skylines 2 came out, and then Victoria 3 came out, and then I think it's like EU 4 came out or something like that. Like 3 games came out, and they were the sequel, basically number 2 or number 3 in line, basically following the you know, the formula they have. And all 3 games were bare bone games that didn't work, because that's how Paradox does, you know, their video games. And the entire video game review was so negative that if you sort it by negative reviews show up first, so the most negative is number 1, they had 3 games in the bottom 10. That's very impressive, man. They had 3 games in the bottom 10. I thought that was mad impressive. I am not gonna lie, man. 3 games in the bottom 10. I feel like they're getting to a point where, I mean, it's just me, but it feels like there's gonna be a point where no one buys their games anymore, because they just get sick and tired of this. Who knows though? Maybe Cities in Motion 3 is gonna be Cities 2.5. Ooh, who knows, man? We'll see. Cities 1 release was pretty bad. We just don't care that much because we believe the game. No way they could fail 4 times in a row. Time to pre-order the next one. I see you, Bird. Realistically, man, it's tough. Cities 1 was missing a lot of tools that eventually got supplemented by mods. But the problem is that Cities 1 was a functional game still. Like, there's a logic. There's things that the AI wants to do, and it tries to do it, right? Like, you have things like that. Whereas in Cities 2, a lot of things are just outright broken. Like, things just don't work as intended. That's the real problem, man. Like, it's a broken game. It'd be mad broken, man. Oh wow, perfect curve. But yeah, feels bad, man. It is what it is. Paradox Mods is 100% their attempt of getting a big cash grab. 100%. They were trying, so think about it this way. If you have all those users that are using your Steam Workshop and you're getting clicks on that, right? You might think to yourself, why not just reroute the clicks to our website so that we get paid ad revenue? And then when you pitch that to the crowd of the board of directors, they're going to be like, oh, that's a great idea. Everything that Paradox does from a pure financial perspective makes sense. But the problem is that that perspective in and of itself is the problem. That's the funny thing. Like, that perspective, dude, we could just reroute, manage the mods ourselves. And they're like, what do we need to do? Make a mod website. It's like, oh, we just gotta, you know, link it to the game. There's nothing weird that's gonna happen. They heavily, what do you call that? Underestimated the freaking population of players. Like, if you look at every decision they made, the decision is made because of money. Like, that's not even anything we could really argue. That's just how it is. It's always been about the monies. Do you know we got traffic mod that has a virus in Cities too? Yep. Yep. That was the big fiasco, man. I remember that. I remember that, man. And then the next thing that happened is that Paradox releases a EULA that says, hey man, if you're gonna be using mods, you're gonna be using it at your own risk. That was a funny thing, man. It's like they fucked up every step of the way. It's so hilarious. They had someone basically pitch to them the dream, but didn't know how to execute a single step along the way. We're just gonna have a website. We're gonna have the mods on there, and then we're gonna get ad revenue instead of the Steam Workshop website. Oh, dude, great idea. Easy revenue. The website, the Paradox mods setup that they wanted, never came to existence on time. That's the fun thing, man. Funny thing about that. Like, a lot of the reasoning why there was a lot of like weird stuff happening with Skylines was because of the fact they didn't get the mod website up on time. Easily 100%. Because I remember in the first launch, it was like 3 to 4 months, no Paradox mods. And you started having people uploading to like GitHub. And that was like the beginning of the end at that point. What's going on? Sixers on. Welcome in. Big comeback? I don't know about big comeback, but we playing some cities. I heard about Colossal Order, and we're talking about it now. They got let go from Paradox, so they no longer develop Skylines 2. And they're switching development studios. Low-key big news, man. So because of that change, there's going to be a new development studio. Gonna be fun times, man. Dude, yeah, the own risk. They just basically want to be like, hey man, if you're gonna play with mods, you gotta understand, man, you're putting yourself in danger. It's not gonna be our fault. And that's everything they're saying. It's not gonna be our fault. That's the only reason why they would have that out there. I want to make sure you know that it's, you know, you're doing this because you're taking a chance. Haven't seen you playing this game in a long time. Yeah, I was waiting for Skylines 2 to develop, and when word got out that it's not going to develop anymore, and it's fundamentally a broken game, I was like, hey man, we'll play Cities 1. Maybe we'll play Cities 1. It's not bad. So we're here. So we're here to scratch that city building itch. It's been a long time now. Making videos, it depends. We could make some sort of like, the thing is that I'm not sure if I should try to make content for this game, because it's one of those things, man, where because it's a 10-15-year-old game, I don't know how much success I would have. So I don't know if it's not worth spending time to do like actual content and not just, you know, the VODs. Oh yeah, I do plan on doing some of that for like Path of Exile. Maybe I've done it before for Oxygen Not Included. I don't know. I'm thinking about going back to it. I've considered it, but we'll see. Right now, I'm trying to do more of a highlight system where we have the live stream, we hang out, we have a good time, and then I cut the streams, basically trim everything down, and then have like just the highlights. You'll get to follow along what we're doing in the actual game. I'll try to include the, you know, commentary with chat. It's just that I'm a little bit behind. When September hit and I was doing September, I wasn't able to edit for that month, and then I had to catch up. And then, yeah, fun thing with that is that the September was tough because of the fact that my VODs were huge. My VODs ended up being like 50 gigs because of the 16-hour streams. So it took some time to render and upload that, but we're caught up now. So we're gonna be getting back to making the like proper content videos. What is the soundtrack? This is, believe it or not, the so Paradox. This Paradox, they want to save money. So you know what they did? If you go into Skylines, you have something called radio stations, right? Each radio station has a theme, but a lot of the times it's just recycled music from the other Paradox games. So that song that was just playing was from Stellaris. You can see we have some EU4 music, some Crusader Kings music. We have some Stellaris music. We have some, what do you call that? Surviving Mars. We have Cities in Motion. Like, we have, like, dude, you name any other title Paradox, I might have a song from that game. That's just the Paradox special. Save money, reuse the music. I see you over there. Saw a couple of people do it. Seems like it's worth it. It depends. I was looking at doing that. I've done some things before, but it was a long time ago. And when I look at the videos that was done, not that they're bad, but it's like, you know, sometimes you're not happy with the quality. And I was like, yeah, this works, but it's like, man, this is also not that good at the same time. Like, it gets the job done. I kind of get the message across, I guess. It's like playing Total War. It's like playing Blood and Gore in Total War games. That you're already in a fight, making wars. Yeah, it's just that it's not going to be as like clean as you might want it. But yeah, it's like you're already doing it, you know. I get that. Oh, it's just blood. I see. I've never played Total War, man. Not gonna lie. All right, time to get some creative juices flowing. We gotta do some changes just to make so that our city can grow. And one thing we need is to get a local population for the industry. We kind of need to do this. I was hoping that I could avoid doing this, but it looks like we kind of have to. It'd be better that we did. So, do some setup. Little bit of a massage move we might need to do here, but I think it's fine. That's the stupidest DLC I've ever seen. Hey man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that, man. Sometimes you just hate to see it. So you're saying that you got a blood and gore DLC in a game that already has blood and gore. Hey man, that's one way to get you to pay for it. No. God damn it. There's no Blowout DLC. That sounds pretty jank. Alright, that's a little bit better. Oh, that why it changed? Huh. You know what? We'll take that then. Just so that everything works out a little bit smoother. These don't have to align. I see you, I see you. Why is that a DLC? Some people would like to say devs need to get paid. I've heard that argument before. But honestly, man, dude, your guess is as good as mine, man. Oops. Dirt roads? There it is. Alright, so right now we're going to be laying down the roads. We're going to be doing a little bit of a residential expansion closer to the industry because they're going to be able to get to work a little bit faster there. We're going to redo mainly this part. I wanted to smooth out the traffic and have a little bit of this done better. So we're just going to be redoing that slightly. Normally we're going to have the lane mathematics 1, 2, 3, but I found that I might want an extra slip, and I think we will, to feed into the residency. We might just stop it right here, which is probably fine. What does that mean? Is that like a rating system? I feel like I've heard of that before. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. I feel like that sometimes. Yo, man, cash grab, man. A lot of times the problem is that it's like, you know, there's a saying, sometimes you in the Kool-Aid don't even know the flavor. A lot of times that's what that is, man. Get lost in the sauce. That sounds like a Paradox game. Hey, got him. There we go. And then we're gonna chevron this. Face it that way as it should. Empty line. Empty line. Nice. Spoken. Welcome in. Beautiful roads. Appreciate you, man. We're just trying to make this look nice. Is that a line already? How come they're not giving me the... You see that? That deletes the segment. That's kind of odd. Yeah, this is a mod. Sometimes, you know, you have like empty round like this. Kind of just looks weird. Sometimes you just gotta add the lines so it looks a little bit better. So we're just doing a little bit of detailed stuff while we're smoothing out the roads. Because not only are we going to be doing that, I can't show you right now. I don't think we have anything that kind of fits the mathematics. CS2 would not be safe. CS2 is dead game. I have no faith in it, man. But yeah, we're just, for now, we're just messing around with that stuff. With the line markers, y'all know how it is. A little bit of slowdown. Yeah, it's a weird squiz. I think I heard they're doing more stuff with one. So you gotta understand, this is at the end of the day, it's Paradox. More stuff means they're just releasing new DLCs that don't add anything. So Paradox released a DLC in Skylines 1 that was literally just... I think they just went on the Steam Workshop, found a couple maps they liked, and then said that this is now an official map pack. That's literally what they do. They even cite the original maker that made the maps. I don't know if there's a backdoor deal between them and the map maker. And for the most part, that's the DLC. It's like, hey man, we got new maps. Maybe there's some new assets in there too, who knows? What's going on to CC? No, the Skylines 1, baby. The Skylines 1. Just doing some Skylines 1 right now. How are are you, DCC? I see you over there. 2 is not good. 2 is gotten worse. That's kind of impressive. Gotten worse. I guess we will just leave it like that. That should be good. I think we'll have a transit line in the back. That wouldn't be bad. This is still the gold standard. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Still the gold standard. Alright. What's happening here? Dead person needs to be transported. Oh, we don't have crematoriums unlocked. Dude, we're so close. Alright, we just need to zone some people in and hope they don't die. Did you know last week they make free for a couple days and it got good reviews because of that? Otherwise, it would drop to 50% reviews or even lower. Dude, that's... I don't know, man. I would imagine if their game was free, you would get bad reviews still. This game runs like garbage. This game runs like garbage, man. It really does. I have heard nothing but complaints from people playing this game for the first time. A lot of the people say that the game crashes non-stop. The game runs really heavy. My PC's hot. Like, that's all I hear, man. But I guess, yeah, maybe they got some good reviews. That happens from time to time. But yeah, something like that happening, that makes sense. Alright, I think for now we will have to just zone these people in. Yo, man, they got the strats, man, for making the reviews a little bit better. We need to hit 16k. People are dying though. Alright, so we don't have enough people picking up dead bodies. But we don't get crematoriums till we get 16. So we've been playing without growing for too long. That's normally what that means. Because if you grow a city at a normal rate, you typically unlock the crematoriums before they start complaining. We didn't do that. So I'm hoping we bulldoze the abandoned. That way new people move in. And then we get a little bit of an influx. I was assumed that we got mixed zones in Skylines. No, that doesn't happen. You don't have mixed zoning. I remember when we got so hyped about that, man, as a player base. Oh, dude, we're gonna get mixed zoning, dude. And at the end of the day, it was still kind of just meh. I feel like, honestly, there's never going to be a new city builder game until a somewhat sizable studio takes it up. Because I think the biggest problem with this is base level assets and trying to make it so that when you're making a zoned area, you're not repetitive. Like, it shouldn't look the same every block, right? But that's ending up what happens. It's hard to get variety without making it look bad. There's too much where you have too much different array of colors, and there's also too little where everything looks the same and it's the same shade of blue or green or brown. It's hard to find that balance, but that's one of the big things you're gonna have to solve if you're making a city builder game. Because the AI and the logic, it's easy because it's very base level simple. But the problem is that like people aren't happy with just like things that, for lack of better words, is a like object placing simulator. Some people like that, but that can't be like the basis of the game. But understand that that repetitiveness and lack of variety will hurt you. But having too much and no control over it also hurts you. Hey, Spiller Boy Hero coming in with a 66 months. Execute Order 66. That's a Star Wars saying, right? I think this guy Palpatine says that all the time. Thank you for the 66 months of great streams. Appreciate you, Spiller Boy Hero. I think it was always coming out, man. I see you over there. Yeah, detailing you're saying, right? Yeah. People love that with modern city builders. The problem is that like when Skylines 1 launched, there was just like 2 assets. Everything looked the same. Everything looked like nothing was different. There was no variety. Like above everything else, that was the first thing people noticed. So it's like you can't just release a game and expect the mechanics to kind of carry it in a city builder, is what I'm saying. Yeah, dude, the worst thing about Skylines was the fact that they were trying to implement, you plant small trees and you give it time, they grow into giant ones. I was like, that is the stupidest thing I have ever seen. By and large, man. You want us to do what? And then you want us to be okay with that? Okay, man. What is happening here? Alright, man, we're gonna put 4 cemeteries because we really need to pick up the dead bodies, it looks like. That's the thing. It's the most frustrating thing, man. They've gone through it before, and we, the player base, are kind of like, do you know that video where it's everyone slapping their forehead like, oh my god, I can't believe this guy do be this stupid? You guys know what the video I'm talking about? There's a video where everyone just kind of just smacks their head in unison. That's what it is when you watch a dev studio try to assume the same leeway as a previous game. It's as if they never learned anything at all. Right? Like, did you not learn anything from the first launch and your shortcomings? Like, all the data and history is there. Like, you look it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, quick Google search will tell you, man. But it feels like they're purposely doing it kind of as if you gotta give us the same leeway. And then when we don't give it to them as a community fan base, they got mad. That was a crazy thing about that, man. Like they started extremely moderating the forum boards, the message boards. You would get insta banned just by saying like the wrong combination of words. It was tough, man. They went full censorship mode. And it became a thing where it was like, if you can't say anything nice, don't say this at all. It's like, I get that, but it's like, you can't be like, no criticism. And people have real questions. And then they're just dodging all the questions and stuff. That's from Naked Gun. Everyone face on. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm thinking, man. That's the fan base. Like, oh my god, it's Cities. We, the fan base, was hoping that Cities 2 would start from where Cities 1 left off and started integrating a lot of stuff that's a mod. Run better, run more efficient, and look better. Like, that's what we wanted as a fan base, community base. We wanted Skylines 1 continued. And what we got was Skylines 1 from beta launch. Alright, we're positive again. Getting a little bit of pop. I guess we could get some commercial. It wouldn't be bad. We got Cities in Motion, dude. Skylines 2 is really just Cities in Motion. And then when they release Cities in Motion sequel, it's gonna be Skylines 2. Dude, that'd be funny if that's what happens. You know what I hope happens? Colossal Order makes a new city builder game that is a true successor to Skylines 2. I mean, Skylines 1. And then we, as the fan base, community base, all unanimously, how do you say this word? We all together, goddamn English. We all together say, this is the real sequel. Like, dude, I kind of want to see that, man. All of us band together and be like, and my axe. You know what I'm saying? And then we all kind of just be like, this is the real sequel, man, if you want to play Skylines 2. Unanimously. I can't say the last part. Roads and terrain tool, but tool needs to be cooked because some YouTube channel is dead. It feels bad. I can't say the last part. I don't know what it is. It's like me saying sublimation. That's a hard word to say. Sublimation be mad tough. The only thing that Cities 2 brings is roads. Hey, I'm in. Let's go. Dude, the roads are weird. The roads are good. The roll tool is kind of nice. The big problem I have with Cities 2 roads is the fact that the AI is a goddamn travesty. Like the AI in Skylines 2 is just so bad. It feels like they were gaslit so much that they started to believe it. It's like when people go, oh wow, there's a car stopped in the freeway. And someone goes, oh, that happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? And then they're like, oh, yeah, it happens all the time. So now they are like, that's perfectly fine, instead of worrying about it becoming a problem. That's what it feels like happened with the development process. Like, they started to believe the gaslit lies. Because there's a lot of stuff that's like, I can't believe you guys were okay with this. Like, I have never seen a car completely stopped in the freeway that wasn't in an accident. That's also not in traffic. I heard the bicycle update was even worse. I was reading about some of the AI stuff with the pathfinding. Pathfinding is a huge problem in Skylines too, man. Nothing works. Literally nothing works when it comes to the pathfinding in Skylines 2. It's crazy how nothing works at all. Okay. I have a weird theory concept idea that I may want to try. Did I get the unlock? I don't think we did. Oh, there's a unlock we could do. Guys, let me save and reload this. Part 3. They said that the AI is so bad. They recently added bikes in Skylines 2. There's like a bicycle hub, and apparently what's happening with the bicycle hub is every single person in the city goes to the bicycle hub before doing anything else. So you have everyone in the city walking, driving to there, and then going to work. And there's like an unlimited travel distance tied to it. All right, we're gonna turn on a mod. Right here. Wonders and landmarks. We will do wonders and landmarks. I think this is fine. I remember playing Cities 2 with making docks, and we got the update. Almost all traffic's gone. Yeah, if you don't place it, they don't go there with cycles. That's the stupidest thing in the game. Yep. I don't know, man. It very much feels like they had a lead creative director that never has made a video game before. And they're just like throwing pasta on the wall, man. Feels bad. So we could build this building that makes them use bikes. Oh yeah, put that in. Put that in. That sounds good. Feels bad, man. Oh shit, I just spilled coffee on myself. I'm good. Ooh, a little bit of coffee. Oh, did I get Megalopolis? Oh man, I just went to my unique buildings. Oh, we don't have everything unlocked. Wonders, unique buildings, landmarks. I want everything. We're gonna have to reload for that. Crazy thing is, on Reddit, Steam, and forum, they're defending it like crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some bots being made to kind of like force a toxic positivity sentiment. Like, realistically, I can't see anyone defending it. Like, no one in the right mind would want to. But I'm not sure, man. Alright, that did some things I didn't want it to do, so we're gonna have to just play it normally. Feels bad. I have to turn off the mod. Like, dude, at this point, I can't fathom how it's gonna work. And the reason why I say that is because we're at a point where they fired the old dev studio. How can you still have any ounce of faith? How do you defend that? Like, we're so far gone, man. So it's one of those things where it's like they gotta be. I would think they were like bots or something, paid by Paradox. They have the money to do it. It's not like they're a small indie studio. They're a billion-dollar company. And having bots, I hate to say it, it would make sense for them because it would help drive up stock price, albeit illegally. Now, I don't actually know how they do what they do. It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know how anyone can make sense of defending them, man. It's just so rough. Multi-level metro. We could do the New York style. Shit, this could be Manhattan. And we could just do the New York River, cross the bridge to Brooklyn, to Jersey. And then we go to like Buffalo on this side. We get upper Manhattan. Then we go down the street this way. We gotta have a park in the middle then if we do that. And then we just do subways everywhere. And then change everything to high density. Maybe. Metro Tram Hub. Oh, and this is on a road. That's tough. I don't like that building. Yeah, right now I'm thinking about trying to set up some form of like public transit. Train metro. I don't mind a train metro hub. We got the multi-levels. Ferries. Oh, we could do monorails. Monorails are sneakily really good in this game. But it's one of those things where I would never imagine I would see in real life. Yeah, they cost a lot. Okay. Specialized industries? Yeah, we will be building that at some point. I just had to hit 16K to get some unlocks. Mainly it was the crematorium, man. I was having dead bodies pile up. They were having some problems, man, with the dead bodies. Alright, so we have a train line. I do want to run 2 trains coming out, and then we want to do train cargo over here. It just makes sense. So having this be a train area was going to be the plan. Still is. Still is. Still is. Woodcutting works perfectly. It makes it unlock while you build anything else. That's true too. We might want to wait for it to unlock. The thing I hate about woodcutting industry is that the buildings you put for the woodcutting industry are freaking huge. Like the barracks, they're like the size of the university, dude. In terms of like how much space it takes. Like they're huge buildings, man. These goddamn barracks. But the main building's not bad. Maintenance building is also huge, dude. Like you need a lot of like square footage. Alright, we're going to relocate these solar updrafts. I want to build in this area, so I gotta get rid of this building. Okay, I guess we'll do it here. We'll just delete a square and just put it inside. No one's gonna want to live next to that once it's gonna be placed. How about these guys? I was there. Nice. Alright, so I want to run the train in. We're gonna have to get train cargo. And then we're gonna get 2 deliveries and deliveries from the train. That makes sense. And then the thing with that is we would need to get, because it's 1 entry, 2 entries. I don't want to have a single lane. We're gonna run 2 lanes, and then we're gonna have like multiple lanes. I want to run. Man, how do I even say this? I want to run public transit and then cargo separately. So I'm thinking about how we make that happen. Because if we do the train line kind of like that, and then we have one like that, that's fine. We could also have the train station just here and run a separate line for the actual travel for the non-cargo, and do the cargo just right here. Is what I'm gonna want to figure out is how do we get the train lines in to make sense? How do we get the train lines to make sense? Multiple track levels. Well, the thing with trains is that if you ever played with trains in real life, you never want them to be... So the incline, decline angles never could be too high of a grade because the trains just can't operate on that. So a lot of times stacked train levels is just not realistic. Right? Like you would have to have a very gradual increasing line from like back here in order for that to be a thing. And then a lot of places wouldn't want to do that. It's just too much money. And then the wear and tear from how heavy a train is just really tough. Now, of course, that's just me being a little bit particular because of how trains work IRL. You have to have a less than 7 degrees grade of decline incline. Because of that, you're gonna have to do like out of the way incline setups. Going up a hill or mountain is rough. So it's like I probably don't want to do an elevated setup. I do want to do a split. I'm okay with them changing lanes. I just need to figure out how I'm gonna want to do this. Which is why I feel like we should try to do this now, while we have empty space, and then we could kind of just align the roads properly afterwards. So let's argue we want the train station here for the peoples, right? Let's say that. There is a decline here, so I should have it on the high ground. I feel like that makes sense. Or we stay on the low ground and push in the terrain. So there's a hill going up here, but then the train's on the low ground. Because that makes more sense, technically. We don't want it to incline, decline excessively. Just when it comes on off the ramp road, which is actually not bad. How high is that? That could actually be really good. Because if this is a 9-meter difference, 159, dude, 9 meters is exactly the minimum height you have for the road to be a natural overpass. That means if I tunnel, I come out flat. That's really good, actually. I think we do that. So the train station is going to be on the low ground. We're going to have to elevate with cars or walking to get to the proper height, or get to the low ground on the backside right here. And then, yeah, make the cars go up and down the hill. Yeah. So still, how do we do a train system like that? We're going to push this out, right? So we take the flat lower level at 150 instead of the 159. Push that out. And then we know that we want the train to drop off here while the cargo wants to go up to here. This is technically starting point. This is a good spot. And I think we specifically have to use this cargo terminal. I don't think there's anything else we can use. We don't have... There's a airline here. The boat line is over here, which is kind of crazy. This is going to be horrible. Boat line on this side. We're going to have to do like a boat line area, probably. Do a little bit of a pier. Not looking forward to that over here. It's going to be a lot of traffic. So in terms of traffic hubs, We could get a train airport line. Is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing, actually. I don't think you have train and airport cargo, right? Combined anywhere. Alright, so we know it's gonna be like this. We probably... Oh, man. Alright, we need to figure out how we're gonna do this. I think we end up having to do a one-way setup off of the two-way. I think we would have to do this. I would want to get this closer, because technically we could run it this close. But we would need a one-way system here. So that we could separate, like if we do a cargo like this, right? We would want this. Really? We would want that. So you could deliver and then leave. Right? That's the logic there. You deliver and then you leave. I think that just makes the most sense when it comes to trains. Because I feel like making it so that you do a one-way, so you delete that, and you make this go like around, right? I feel like that never makes sense, because you have to make a track specifically for it to U-turn, where you could just go in and out here, would be so much better. So we want to avoid having to loop around. So I'm thinking this makes sense. You do the one-way train, right? And then you deliver and then you leave. All right, so because of that, and we want to do 2 cargo terminals, one for each side, we're gonna basically need to run like 2 parallel lines side by side, right? So we got to do something like this. And then that means we got to run our train systems in a similar fashion. Right? So we would have to do something like that. And while we have this, it needs to come from separate lines. So effectively, it's one out here, one out here, which is cool. That way you could have a dedicated cargo terminal for exiting railway, which is basically what we want. Now, if we want to have access to both for travel, that means we have to have a 3rd line here that slips in between. Okay. And then that slip in between needs to go to the side over here. Okay, that makes sense. So the idea is going to be effectively, we run this like basically right there. which means the road needs to be here, all the way across, and then we got to go behind the road. It's gonna be weird though. That's gonna be the thing. Like, how do we make this make sense? So we have this line. We have train cargo here, right? And then we know that we have the passenger road, or passenger line right there. And then we know that we have another road down here. And then we put the second cargo right here. So we end up having this line, and then this line. And then we have this line, right? So we have all these roads and it comes out from 3 lines here. 1, 2, 3. This middle line is going to be a merge from either or. No U-turns. It's only going to be going through and then they'll just leave. And then the problem occurs when I need these roads to not hit this middle railway. Right? That's the problem. How do I make it so that that's not an issue? How do we do this? What about putting all the tracks in the middle and the roads on the sides? I think the problem is the same. Because you're saying do this, right? We still have all the rail in the middle. And it's like, how do we connect this? That's basically what the problem is at this point. There is technically an easy solution here. I think what you would want to do is you do something like this. You just go over. Right? I feel like that's basically what it is. We just have to elevate. Now, while that would be really nice, is that what we want? Maybe it is. So we have an idea. We have a plan, I guess. We could try to put all the rail in the middle, and then we're gonna have to elevate the entry points. It's better to have the cars get lifted up than having the rail go up. Okay, that's fine. So now we need to find out exactly how I want to place it, structure-wise. Okay. First things first, we got to do a little bit of terraforming. 150, 159.50, and then we have 150.50. We are going to push this out around. Feels bad. will want to be on the low side here, unfortunately. And then push this in. Ooh. Ooh, slight elevation right here. From what, though? Okay. Whatever that is, it's gonna get deleted. Everything here is flat otherwise. It's pretty good. Alright, we're gonna want to reroute this. Looks like I pull this down 100%. Okay, so dirt roads. Okay, the power lines are still chilling. Mambo, what's wrong, babies? Why you mad? Why you mad, babies? Mamba yelled at me and then left. What the heck? Okay. Space holder gaps. So let's see. Let's say we want this to be as tight as possible. We're gonna need some space to kind of like measure. So this is gonna be 30 units. 0 and 30. 15. Alright. So from there we understand that we want to have middle line. And then we want to have train line. So if we go at the very far right, and we put the cargo there. We have how many lines do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's here. Move this up. Ooh, yeah, it's pretty good. We could have our lines pretty close like that. So from there, we could see that this distance is 200. Which means we do the same thing on this side. Yep. Alright, so that way we get all the lines in the middle. We know that these are going to be dead ends. And then this slips out to the backside right there. So this is going to slip around and these are going to elevate, which is fine. But that's going to be our spacing pattern. Just to make sure this works. We're going to run 20 and then run that across. We have a grid now that we could actually line up the railroads to. So 100% that goes out. From here, too close. Okay. I might want to do a shifted over setup. So this goes in between. Ideally, getting a line here and getting the line next to it would be best. Because then that'd be the same line. I think I could do it. I just have to turn on anarchy. How do I anarchy this? Crop and tree anarchy. Maybe I just hit the button right there. Ooh, it works. Alright, and then we just gotta go like that. And then we got equal lane. We could flip one, and then with the anarchy, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ooh, it looks really bad. I might have to do a 10-point roll here. Okay, so this is 10, 9, 10, 9. Is so checked. There we go. So now this looks a little bit nicer looking. We can't mess with that, which is fine. So these will go up to 20, or maybe not. Zero? Can I not hit zero on this? That is kind of tough. I might want to have a segment that's straight, but I think we need to leave it like this so that the on-off, there's no jam. Okay. So we do 10-point roll. And then we merge back and we get to there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So we kind of have a pattern now. Okay. And we know distance now too. This is going to be 20 units. Okay, so now we just need a reference line. So this could be deleted because we're going to redo this anyways. There should be almost no bump on that road, which is fine. Cool. And we're going to slip in probably around to this side. Maybe even here. I think here makes a lot of sense though. Yeah, should be fine. The big thing is going to be then we need to kind of make those 3 lines make sense into this. So we're gonna have to just push this in. Okay. 11. These are just placeholder lines for now. So we have an idea on spacing. Looking like this could be my center. All right, so that's going to be 400, which is this length. So now we have our setup, roughly. We know how the roads want to kind of line up for this, so we don't know if that's going to be the end location, but we want to put some railroads there and what we expect this to look like. And then from here, we got to do a slip out. And then a slip out. And then we need them to be able to change lanes to the middle at the same time. How do we do this? So the slip out here is easy. We just do a random curve, run it parallel as best as we can, and then we merge it. That makes sense. How do we slip it from here, and how far out do we need to do this? I'll probably try to measure this with a dirt road, just because that makes a lot of sense. We know that connects. We know that this is on grid. Right, so we know where the railroad should be. And then we could try to measure out distance this way. It's not perfectly parallel, but it's close enough. Though I guess we should try to run, there we go. And then we snap straight here. Okay, so now we have another reference line. This one's a little bit tough because it's not actually straight. It's a freehand line. There's a slight curve to it. Curve up, curve down, curve back up. Very subtle. So we probably just try to do our best with a merge here. Okay, so let's think about this. We merge here to here, and then we merge here to here, right? Let's say that happens. How do we merge from this that's going straight into the middle? Because this is a straight line. Ooh. We have that. We move the node up. That's not there. We delete that. Dude, could I do that? That's kind of wild. Will the game give this to me? That's basically what I want, right? That's basically what I want. We get a slip out here. That's actually really good. That might be exactly what I want. And we just need to somehow do the rest of this. You know what? I might take this. So we're gonna take the connection point, which is right here. Here. How long is this? 10:20. 20:40 right there. That's pretty good. Okay. And I think the play is to slam this straight. Pause. There we go. Clean that up a little bit. And then I don't want like a freeway. You break off a ramp. We're just going to like tilt it. Boop. And we just hit it. All right, that works. Same thing on this side. We'll go with that. This is 1200. Okay, run that there. This is gonna be tough because there's no like straight shot here. That's not bad. Hit this to fix the junction. Redo that. Midway point curve. I think I have to freehand this. There we go. All right, that might have to be how we have to do this. Honestly, this could be done better. There we go. And then we click on that node. A little bit jank. All right, that's, I think, a little bit more feasible. Slide, slide, slip, slip. There's a little bit I'm worried about because there's junctions really close by with the merges and stuff. But I'm hoping this is fun. Okay, so now this works. we have our system in. Okay, we know it lines up to here. Slightly off. That's funny. How do I need this to work? So this lines up here, right? Which means this is technically how I want to do the setup. This is probably a 6.7 point round. This is a 7 point. We get the extra node, which I probably don't benefit from. So we do a 6 point round. Now the thing is that I don't know if I want it in line or we move it out a little bit and line up maybe with the freeway. You have road access, freeway access, and then 1, 2. Which honestly, I don't think we need freeway access. We just do road into freeway. Probably it's going to be how that works. Works out a little bit better that way, I think. Road, freeway. And then if we do road, freeway, that way they exit. We could have this slip underneath, which is fine. Having it back here is also not bad. A little bit more space for the ramps. Okay, so let's say we round this. This is all good. Technically, it's best if I had this feed out to here, right? Technically. So maybe we do want to push this out. Okay, that's within space. $120. 5, 6. Okay. That is not bad. Okay, we're gonna do a couple things. We're gonna do a 5-point roll here. I should do it more, but I think 5 points fine. We'll do a connection here. I don't think we have these, but for placeholders, we'll leave it like that. Nothing comes out here. That's just gonna be where the rail is gonna be. And then we gotta work to go underneath everything. So at this point, let's run this, run that. We know that this goes here and it lines up. And we have that on the bottom side as well. It's where do we want to put it? So of course, if this is where it is, line up to that. We could go with an easy 6 point setup, and then we do a 5 into it. That probably works too. This is a 5. We're gonna need to do a 4 at the end, which is okay. So we do marker 120, 120. And then we should be exactly 9 meters. All right, so from here, I need to do a 12 elevation heights. Oh, elevation steps right here. 1 meter. There we go. So cancel. Reset 1 meter. 1, 2. I think we do 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. This should be perfect. Okay. We're gonna go back to ground level. Marker this way. 120, 120, marker. And then we do the same thing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. This should be perfectly flat. This is going to be a curve. Okay. I think from here we do a 1, 2. And then I want to test this. Goes underneath, no problems. These are going to be normal roads. I want to make sure we could upgrade, and we can. Perfectly fine, nice. Okay. After that, I think we'll do a simple 10-point line and then 12-point decline. And then from here, we just line it up, I think. 5, 6. 5, 6. What's going on, Hunter? I see you over there. Welcome in. Hello, hello. I see you over there, Hunter. Hope you're doing well. How are you? Why is it before holidays? Always mad rush to get shit done. Dude, that happens every holiday, man. Holy crap. That happens every holiday. I remember when I used to work in the food industry, anytime there's a holiday coming up, it's always like, hey man, we're not going to be here for the next couple days. We have to make sure we're good on everything. And you know what ends up happening? The big boss is like, I'm gonna personally check to make sure everything's good, and then he finds a bunch of problems, realizing that the guy that he hired wasn't doing his job. Really do be like that, man. Like, oh, this guy wasn't doing this, he wasn't doing that, and then it's like he's got to fix it, and then everyone's in a mad scramble, dude. That's the classic. Going on, Pope? Welcome in. Can you do rest of us a favor and stop being so awesome? Tell that to Mamba. I get a proximity buff by being next to Mamba to being awesome. And that's because Mamba is awesome. Y'all know what it is. What's going on, Zero Dragon? I see you over there. Welcome in. Like, where was everyone for the whole year before today? Yeah, classic. Where is everybody? How come no one's here? That really do be the classic, man. I think I have to extend this section. Because of how I want to do this, I guess I want to redo this slightly. So I want 5, and then we go up to here, and then we get a 180. So we have to bop this, and then we do the 180 off of this. All right, cool. And then we do the 6-6 curve. 120, 120. Okay, so now we're curving out here, and then now we do the 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. We might have to terraform this corner though slightly. Move in the side of the hills. Feels bad. Anyway, time to set a new canceling device. The noise canceling headphones. Oh shit. Yo man. I remember one time I was looking at headphones and I saw one of those fabled Amazon reviews, and it was, you could argue, one of the best advertisements that you could have ever seen for headphones. But basically it went like this. Yeah man, got some new headphones, and I was playing Halo, doing the story mode, got the headphones on, they work really well. A couple hours later, I get a knock on my door. Apparently, someone in my apartment complex was killed. So the police is knocking to see if I heard anything. And I didn't hear anything at all. And it was like, that was the Amazon review, dude. Like, some dude is saying that he bought noise canceling headphones. They work so well that one of his neighbors got into a predicament and he heard none of it. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. 10, 1, 2, 3. And then we do the 6-6 setup. Noise canceling headphones, man. For that reasoning, I typically don't do noise canceling. Actually work. I worry about something like that happening a lot when I use my noise canceling headphones. Dude, yeah. Someone breaks in, something like that happens. I feel like you guys see that picture of people walking around and they have one headphone on their ear and one of them like flipped out the other way so they could actually hear the outside. I feel like that's me perpetually, man. Like, nothing against it, it's just like, I feel like I need that. I bought some Sony's XM5s. And I was blown away by the sound or bass. Maybe the ANC is great. I remember one time playing Dr. Dre beats, and they were great, loud, and had ridiculous bass. Yeah, man. It's all about the bass a lot of times. My Breeze pair were $30. I used for like 5 years. That's a classic, man. Those are the good headsets, man. The ones that carry us throughout the youth. How do I need to do this? Is it 30? I still remember my first Audio Technicas that were $20 headsets. Used that all my childhood, man. ANC for plane or flights is awesome. I see you guys over there. Still work, just lost most of that leather. Ah, I see. Yeah, mine eventually, like the cables, something happened, no sound. Good news is, though, my dad is one of those dads who sneezes super loud, and you can still hear him sneeze with a noise canceling. So if there was a noise, I think I'd be good. I guess, but it would have to be, like, super loud, though, right? It would be beyond the point of, like, how do I say this? Like, yeah, you would hear it if it's super loud, but at the same time, wait, how am I supposed to do this? Oh, yeah, okay. Pull this out. We have to connect these. We're gonna do short segment here. This is a little bit shorter. Oh, and then I need a grid still. Okay, we could do it like that, I guess. Yo, man, I'm still worried. Part of me just, I guess I'm just paranoid. I just feel like, though, that, anarchy, there we go. Nice. All right, now we gotta trim this. I guess we do this and just line it up to the dotted line. I guess that works. There we go. Okay, now can we do this road? And these are all single segments. Oh, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. All right, good stuff. One time I put in-ear ANC headphones, then on top of it, on ears, switch ANC on both. Most silent flight next to a crying baby. Oh, wow. Also, looks like there was a big patch in Trout this morning. Nice. Updates are always good. I remember there was this one time I didn't know how it worked for the StarCraft LAN tournaments in Korea, because they have, you know, the StarCraft LAN tournaments over there. And I'm not gonna lie, man. I didn't know that they wore noise canceling headsets. And then underneath that, they wore earbuds. Kind of like what you're describing, Polak. But that's normal. And then I was hearing some pros talk about it. They're like, yeah, it actually helps that you have the noise canceling headphones on. And he was talking about, like, sometimes you might be like, oh my god, the crowd's hype. Maybe something's happening, like my opponent's doing something. But it always ends up being is like, but yeah, none of the times it's always like that. It's probably just a girl that's really hot. And I was like, wait, that's the logic. Like, yep. There's just a hot girl on screen. That's all it is. So it's like you can't listen to the crowd being hype. I was like, what? Okay, it works. But apparently there was a moment where there was like someone basically did an all-in gambit and it was the perfect read. And as a result, you know, he won the game. But everyone watching was like, oh my god, this is like the perfect outcome for this guy to win. And he's gonna win on that exact gambit. And this is... I guess it's just how the lines got moved because of the one-ways. It'd be like that sometimes. I don't like devs nerfing some of the skills that still cost a lot. So what's the point of those skills now? You're mad. There's gonna be a balance update. That sounds like the PoE special though. There was a skill that less than 1% of players used. And for whatever reason, that skill got nerfed. And we were like, question mark? What is happening right now? Alright, I think this works out. We kind of have a train system here now. Alright, let's delete these floor anchors. We're gonna force elevate this. So that the roads all look the same here. And then we're gonna be able to freely terraform underneath this so that when we curl out, it makes more sense. And it turned the most OP skill no one knew how to use properly. And it tuned Neomet. Maybe the devs wanted you to use the skill. Dev-induced meta. Dev says we're playing this skill, so I guess we're playing this skill. Sometimes it really do be like that. Oh. Devs know the meta, man. Sometimes the dev knows the way. Sometimes the dev knows the way. Balancing is weird, man. A lot of times I don't understand what the decision making is. I've seen a number of these skills that no one knows how to use, and then it just turns into the most OSP skill in specific setup. Oh yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. A lot of times, man, you just need to like support the skill properly, and then it just gets really good. The thing is like, does that become the standard though? Does that become the standard? Alright, now we're at a weird spot. How do I want to do this? Yep, new meta, man. New meta. Alright, we're going to have to push this in because of how we want to do this, right? I'm thinking maybe it was better that we had this on the inside and we just have this still look like this. Because I have like no space to turn here. You know what? We will do that. That way we'll have a longer bridge, but I think it's fine. 120, 120, 120, 120. 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6. I'm not gonna lie, man. I've seen people play Enshrouded. It looks pretty fun, man. It does. There's a lot of things I see in Enshrouded that I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't mind playing that. It's pretty enjoyable. We're going to go for a 220, force elevate. And then we're going to do a grounded segment, 5, 6. Push this out slightly. 5, 6. 5, 6. And then we're going to do force elevation, flatline. It should be just completely straight. It's a good game. Up there next to Valheim. Just needs more work. Still EA. Yeah, it makes sense. Classic EA struggles. Game is pretty good. Though, you know, the game just needs a little bit of, little bit more elbow grease. Smooth out some of the stuffs. Make it a little bit nicer. And it's going to be awesome. A lot of content worth the price. Yo, man. Worth the price. It's always a good saying in anyone's book. Okay, so now we could run a road, slip that through. I probably do want to keep smoothing this out. You want to play it? Spot your copy, dude. There's so many games, dude. I wouldn't mind playing it. I really wouldn't. The thing is that, man, Andy is trying to get me into Age of Empires 4. Andy, if you're out there, man, you're a mad lad. And it seems fun. I wouldn't mind playing it. Nice little crafting survival. The thing about it, though, is that, man, I have so many games. I have to play Farthest Frontier. I guess Whiskerwood, we're nearing the end of its life because it's one of those games where I feel like I will enjoy a little more once I let it cook for a while. But it's, in and of itself, Whiskerwood's pretty good so far. So I want to play Farthest Frontier next, and then Andy's trying to get me into Age of Empires 4. I still have to play Silk Song. There's just so many games that I don't know if I'll be able to get to it anytime soon. I wouldn't mind playing it, though. It does seem like something I would enjoy. But that's basically, like, I guess it's not really a dilemma. But, like, you know, I don't have any free time for the video games yet, but I do want to check it out. Especially with the big update, I hear. There we go. Alright, that should be fine. I think we're going to ground most of this and do a weird connection here. That makes a lot of sense. It's going to be kind of weird, but I think it's going to be fine. But yeah, for the most part, I wouldn't mind checking it out. It seems pretty good. The thing is that, man, there was a big update recently, right? I think. Yep, it just had a whole new biome update, and this patch fixes a lot of things after. That's good. Okay. This is probably the ideal time, then, to probably play Enshrouded. If not now, it's probably what? Wait until the next big update? I would imagine. Don't know what's after this. 1.0 launch. 1.0 launch. Oh, the terrain height is slightly off over here. Okay, we could probably fix that. There's still some areas still closed. Oh, it's probably, yeah. I imagine it's kind of like how the Mistlands were for Valheim. I didn't track the roadmap. Gotcha. Yeah. Maybe something like they have a new update in the works. Just need some time. You're playing Enshrouded right now, right, Hunter? How long are you going to be playing that? Valheim's one more deep north biome coming. Probably early next year. I feel like Valheim kind of would benefit drastically from kind of like a graphics overhaul. Part of the game kind of feels like it kind of looks jank. I feel like they would greatly benefit from something like that. I'll be probably playing for another week. Oh man, it sounds like I'm a little bit too late. Sounds like I'm a little bit too late. Happens, it happens. All the industries here. I could restart it. No, man. If you're about to beat the game or something like that, maybe we could play next time. Unless you really want to play this time. Because it's like, I don't want people to like restart a save. You know what I'm saying? Feels bad, man. I was kind of rushing it though. Didn't want to continue the last save. Ah, oh yeah, that happens. It's up to you, Hunter. Up to you. But yeah, if the devs would hook me up with a key, man, that'd be amazing. What are your current thoughts on CS2? You gotta give it... I think it's a dead game. So I'm waiting for the new developers that they're moving to prove me wrong. But so far, they have proven me right. I hate to say that, man. Skylines was such a great game. Skylines 2, though, was a grand travesty. So my thought on it could have been a lot better, man. But it is a struggle. Yeah, the news about the developer change basically was like dead in the water, as you would say it. I have no faith in the game. It's at that point where I'm just not thinking anything's going to really happen with that. Metro monorail train hub. But yeah, the recent bicycle update that basically was a grand travesty with the pathfinding makes me wonder if they're ever going to be able to do anything with the game. It doesn't look like they'll be able to do anything at all. Train Metro Hub. Yep, the pathfinding is really... Like, there's a lot of us that don't believe it's fixable, man. I'm in that party. I don't think you could fix Skylines 2. And I think it's because they were just... I wouldn't say they were ambitious. They were greedy. is probably the best way to put it. They were just way too greedy with their decision making. Have all this leeway and potential to support the new Life by Me game and have compatibility across 2 games instead of just making a proper game. I feel like that in and of itself is where they failed. Just completely failed blog. I kind of want to use this, but at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, maybe no monorail. Train tram would be probably really nice here. Doesn't look like I'll be able to do it though. So I think we're just gonna do a custom hub. We're just gonna put the train line in and then try to maneuver other things to make it make sense. I feel like that's the only real decision we can make here. And I think I might want it a little bit right here. We're going to run this. We want to curl it down, something like that. Have that run in a straight line, and then we assign a new setup for that. So I am gonna want a reference marker. Pull it from here. Alright, so now this is on grid. Where we actually connect the road to wouldn't really matter, as long as we're on grid. Okay, that was the placeholder for the pattern. We don't need this anymore. I'm also thinking we might not actually need these one-ways here. We might be okay with just the 2 lanes slamming in, because it's a 2 in front. Right? Let me do that. I feel like we don't need the one-ways there. We're probably fine. Okay, so we have a placeholder marker now. Move it out, move it out, move it out. They are causing problems. I can't believe it. Guys, give me 1 second. I will be right back. I gotta check something out really fast. We're back. Sorry about that. I just have to check on something. We good, we good. But yeah, man. That's why we're playing Cities 1, man. Cities 2 is travesty, man. Big travesty. You hate to see that kind of thing happen, boys. You really do. Alright, so we're gonna have a small little train passenger area. I want to connect it with another infrastructure system. Yep, when they announced CS2, you and everyone else in the community was hoping that they would continue from where they left off in Skylines 1. Basically, start from where Skylines 1 stopped when the game was announced, and then it would develop on top of everything that existed. Right? Better graphics, maybe roll in some of the mods into the game, and then everything would be nice. New engine, wouldn't lag, and everything would have been fine. I'm hoping that's what they do now. You know, man, the old CS1 devs, since they're now not working for Paradox, release a new game where they basically like, dude, Skylines 1 works. We could just make a Skylines 1 on a better engine. Right? Part of me, though, also thinks they're no longer going to do city building games, because the main thing with this is assets. And I don't think they're going to be able to get assets, and that's going to be a problem. And then they might make a decision to just not, like, do the genre, if that makes sense. I see that happening. Where because this game is very, like, if you don't have the assets, it's not going to look that great, because it's going to be repetitive. You might be pushed into a position where it's like, I might as well just make a different genre, you know? But we'll see. We all hoped, though, for a great City Builder sequel. We really did. Alright, so we're gonna have water, little ponds. There's a river on the side. We want to do a passenger cargo. No cargo here. Passenger train. And we want this to be from the middle train line right here. And then it's going to slip underneath this bridge and then go to here. Separating industrial line from passenger line. This passenger line we put somewhere. We're going to want that to also combine with other public transit so that we have an easier time dealing with the pocket cars, because we know that's going to happen. Pocket car mania, right? So the automatic thing to do is just to run a metro, because you don't have to see the citizens. But I kind of want to have the citizens above ground as much as we can. So we're going to be doing this thing where we try to, instead of tunneling like this, and the citizens go through this dark little tunnel, we would rather have them go here. Right? Underneath an underpass, and we just bridge everything else. That would be what I would want. So I'm thinking we want to do a tram line. I really like trams. The thing is that how do we want to do our tram system? I don't think we could run a tram throughout the entirety. I think we do a line from here though. Tram connection. Somehow. And I want to run it kind of through the city. One tram line. So automatically, I kind of feel like what makes sense is running a tram line back here. Do something over here. Run the tram line along this road. And potentially ends at the university. potentially end at the university, if not right in front. So we go from industry to university, and we stop by the train station. Headphones work. Hopefully they are comfy enough to wear for a while. Oh, that's the big thing, man. Are they on-ear headsets, or do they perfectly fit your ear inside? I find that it's tough, man. It's either perfectly fits, and that's rare, because everyone has a different shaped ear. Or if it's on top of the ears and is pushing your ears against your head, those are the worst, because after wearing those for a while, it feels like your ears get sore. Over ear, those are the better ones. Nice, nice. Now it's just how your skin reacts to the material that's on the padding. Hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully it's not too tight. Man, I bought over-ear headphones, but because I have big ears, they were on-ear. Cack. Dude, it sucks, man. Those are the worst, because then it's like it's pushing right on the outside edge. Right? And it feels like it's pushing your ears out. I feel you with that, man. Tough times, Polak. Yeah, I don't know Polak. Polak's an elf. Got the huge ears. This guy knows every incantation in the book and could cast spells without saying the name of the spell. Got the Isekai main character package. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. They are much looser than what I have for PC, the SteelSeries. Dude, SteelSeries headphones are the best though. It's really hard to compete with SteelSeries. SteelSeries headsets are really nice. We're gonna go with a 11. And then another 11. They're nice, but standard USB doesn't want extra batteries to worry about. Oh. I might just get it on a 3.0. With the power hub. No Bluetooth on PC. Oh, yeah. I don't like having Bluetooth enabled. I don't like having Bluetooth enabled, man. I'm always worried someone's gonna be like, oh man, Too Legit's watching what? What's Too Legit watching? Oh shit, okay. People just watching my stubs. I'm just like, what you gotta do? How do we want to design this? Big ears, but not the best hearing. I was played by nature. And, it's okay. Having big ears means that, you could tell when the wind changes direction. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. What the heck? What's going on, Voodoo? I tried looking that up and I couldn't find it. It wasn't on Steam. I couldn't find that, man. I tried looking it up. Some of our body parts questionable design. Yeah, man. I don't think it be like it is, but it do. I remember I was watching Nat Geo Wild with my dad, and I had to explain to him. They're like, "Hey, what are they talking about?" Because my dad couldn't understand David Attenborough's accent, And I was like, oh, they're talking about how the lionses in the wild have a small penis. Because having a big penis is considered having a big weakness. Because those are the family jewels. But I had to explain that to my dad. It was weird, man. How do you tell your dad, oh, they're talking about package size? He's like, what? I was like, dude, dad, you know what I'm saying, man? It's nature, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm just translating, man. I'm doing my best. All right, so we know we kind of want to have the train line here. We're going to curve this out and then have the train line dock. Next to the train station, we're going to have a tram stop. And I think the plan is going to be we run the tram through the wall right here and have it go underground. Now, the thing with that is, part of me is thinking, that's not good design. Like, having the tram there is fine. The problem I'm kind of running into, like, in my mind is, I feel like I should just have the tram here on this side. Right? Like that. And instead, what we do is we have like a tunnel path that goes from this side underground here to that side. And then we have that problem, the underground problem that we're trying to avoid. Same time though, it's honestly not that bad, just like that. New update means shader compiling. Ooh, the classic. That's the classic. I wouldn't mind doing that weird underground path though. I kind of like that idea. We could also do a small bus stop. Because this is close enough that they are willing to walk from the train station to the tram stop right there. I just don't want to run something underneath. Yeah, I'm probably want to do that as a play then. All right, so what we'll do first is kind of figure out how we want to do a tram system through the industry so that we have easy distribution here. Realistically, I feel like you would never have this in the industry, but it would make the most sense. You could do a sunken tram system. And we could do it inside this pocket right here. The problem with that, it means that you get no commercial coming into the tram system here. And having it on ground might be better. The only thing is that you're going to have these road connections be a little bit compromised. It's basically a subway with no roof. The thing about that is that I feel like while that's feasible, I feel like you would never have that in an industrial area. Because that feels like it's just going to become a carbon dioxide trap. It's open air, but it's like, it's lower than everything else. And it makes me think that it's going to be bad times. I want to run this tram line on the side, though. I really do. It's elevated in those areas. The problem with this game is that there is no elevated tram option in the game. There's no way to actually do that. trams are a little bit compromised in that regard. In which case, that's kind of where the monorail becomes really good. Yeah, the tram in this game, you have no such thing as an elevated tram stop. So you can't have an elevated tram stop in the game in general. Like if you have a tram road and you have it elevated, right? And then you're on the ground. Right? The funny thing about this is that you can't put a stop on the elevated portion, but you can put a stop on the ground level. You see that? On the ground, you create a line, but you can't create a line on the ramp. Now, if we create a line, I could put a new stop here, and I could wrap around, but I can't put a stop on the elevated section. The game doesn't support how that works. So because of that, we can't run an elevated tram. Like you could run the tram elevated, it just can't have a stop. So we could run a monorail system. This is one. Let's go in all major English. We could run a monorail system because technically the monorail tracks works really well. Right? These monorails, because the monorail is on top of the rail, you could put over normal roads and it works really, really nice for that. There was a mod for that. I see you over there. I see you over there, Major English. So maybe we just run a monorail setup. We could just run a monorail and it's really nice because it's elevated. Damn, we're making Gotham City with the monorail system. Monorail would solve a lot of inherent problems too because of how it just naturally works. Isn't there a monorail in Vegas? I haven't been in Vegas in like a decade. What's in Vegas? I haven't been in Vegas a long time. Tram monorail hub. That's actually great combo. Wait, there is not a monorail tram hub that's not on a road? Aw, what? So they just want me to run a tram system. Okay, man. That's really jank, but sure. I wish the old sorting was still available. Tram monorail. Where if we click monorail, we see all the monorail hubs. Train metro, multi-platform, boat stuff, boat, bus, ferry, tram. Yeah, this is the hub I want, but I don't want it on the road. I want it roadside, not on top of the road itself. Monorail, train, metro. And then this last one is like the mega hub that we're never going to play with. All right, so we'll do a monorail hub. And then I want to run a tram line still, but how and where? So the option looks like we either run a tram line down this way by the coast, or we run one down this side by the other coast. This one makes a lot of sense, as it would be downtown connection, because downtown's right here. So you have the monorail pass, and then you have the tram come up too. That makes a lot of sense, actually. We could run that on the side. And then we already have an underpass here, so there's no issues with the tram going underneath the road. That's really well done, man. I might actually have to do that. And then we could technically wrap the tram around the backside and pick up people along this route too. Wow, we could literally just do a big circle here. Kind of. Okay, we could try to make that work. We got a plan, boys. Plan of action. Now it's going to be figuring out spacing. Yeah, I kind of want to have zoning. So I'm gonna want to have the monorail have the rail line in the middle like this. Wait a second. Could you do this? You run a path like that. You run a path like that. And then you could put a You could do that? You could put a monorail on top of a sidewalk like this. Dude, man, the future. Sidewalk monorails. I'm saying. Oh, no, that's anarchy. Is that anarchy? Yeah, not allowed, but this is allowed. Okay, so the big thing we're going to need to figure out is... we are 1 square back. 2 squares back. So that means... I need my walking path here. I mean, my road there. And then this lines up now. Ah. Looks like there's a terrain issue here, which is fine. All right, and then we get this lined up. So the big connection is 60. Okay, that works. So we could literally run something like this. Is this in the game? Other parks. Yes. We got little parking lots up in front. Let's go. This looks legit, dude. This looks really legit. Look at the monorail. Look at this. We get the parking assets on the side. Damn, that's looking nice. All right, we found the pattern bricks. We know how we do this. So we're gonna want the setup to be central based. What that means is very simply we are going to want the monorail to be running along the center. And then we're going to face the monorail off of the main road and into the small road on the side. Right? So that's going to be how we probably want to do that. Given how the pattern's on this side, I'll probably want to do this. There's a good chance this is where we want to get that started. And then... this is adjusted, so it's kind of a problem. The node is offset, so it feels a little bit off. Let's just turn on anarchy for now. This is gonna basically pop everything. What I'm doing is basically putting the square grid back so that we could do this connection a little bit cleaner. Oh, we probably don't even care about that. That's way too much, yeah. We're probably fine here. Alright, so... This was... 20... 0... 20... 0... 20... 0. Everything's back to normal now. Alright, so... We're gonna need to have some people here. And I think... I need to run this tile for the pillar support. So that means... I guess choosing this is not bad. We have to do a 60 here. Run this so it's centered on the road. Yeah, and we're perfectly spaced. Oh, that works out really nicely. The reason why that matters is because now I get this, and then we get an overpass. So we could literally get off the monorail and walk across the street without having to take the actual road. That's so good. That's actually so good. You could use the sidewalks to walk, and then you could just cross above traffic that way. You normally wouldn't have this in an industrial zone, though, because trucks are pretty tall. So you're worried about clearance a lot of times. But I think this is going to be decent pattern for this. Alright. We want to be right there again. And then we'll go right there, so we don't have to worry about distance. I think we will use this space right here to wrap back around so that it's like a, you know, do the one-way setup. I'll fix that later though. So we'll have end of industry, and then I will probably want to do the beginning of the industry. That section, that section. So of course, pull this up, pull this. So 5, 4, 3. Right there. That should be exactly where I need it to be. We go here to here, then we connect. Here to here. Here, 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 and then straight line. Okay, cool. Bam, bam. And then now we go along this path. I don't know if we have a road sticking out at the bottom. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. This would be where the monorail would be. Right at the bottom of the hill. And then we would go to this side, flat. And then from there, we probably go here to here. Then probably want to line up to the anchor. And then from there we connect. Declining monorail, pretty good. Here. here. All right, now this is where we have to line up to the dotted line, which is kind of weird. That's just better for the curve that we line up to the dots. Snap straight. We do lose a corner there, but it's fine. We're only going to be taking the 4x4 anyways. This is going to need a little bit of power, so let's turn it off for now. No power yet. Monorail is going to be coming down. So we know it's going to be 1, 2. In between this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. This is a rough estimate. That's a rough estimate. You probably have one on this corner, that corner. 1, 2. Downtown, of course. It would also make sense to run 2 monorails here. So maybe we do like 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the 4 lanes, away from the round. We could also put it next to the round and have a walking path that connects all 3 sections on top of this setup. Basically a pathway roundabout, away from the cars. That could be not bad. And then... We either... Yeah, man. It's either we have it here by the round or one in the middle, one in the middle. I'm not sure which one's better. But that would be the idea that we kind of want to do. One here, or just do one here. I see Rotondo, welcome in. This is gonna be kind of weird because I don't think this works. Yeah. We won't be able to run the monorail here. I missed the cities live. Hey man, it happens. You're here now though. This makes me feel like maybe I should have a tram here. Because this is not going to sneak underneath. How else will we do this then? Alright, let me see. I have a weird idea. 152. Let's go down to 143. If I run a monorail here, right? This is about 9 meters above the ground. You see that? I was gonna see if I could run the monorail as a ground level thing. Let me elevate this one time. Oh, dude, there it is. Oh my god, look at that. It's a flat monorail on the floor. Holy shit. That's actually kind of cool, dude. What's going on, Danathor? Welcome in. I see yous over there. Hope you're having a good one. Dude, we could do it. The ground-based monorail. We just have to ramp down into that. Which is fine, just to go under that. That's pretty cool. I'll take that. How are you guys doing today? We're doing all right, man. Working out some public transit. We got a train line with a cargo. We're gonna get a passenger train, hook out from the middle train line right there. And then we're gonna connect that to the monorail. And then our play right now is gonna be laying out the public transit. So our population's up and down. It's all over the place. I'm not really too worried about it. We have a lot of monies. And I want to build out the city that I want to build. So we're doing pretty good so far. Just going to be laying out some public transit right now. So we're going through ideas, going through the city. Let me know if you have any questions, man. Need help? Just let me know. If we do single monorail stop, there's the tram combo that's going to be coming up here. That makes sense. There is also running 2 monorails here. It's better, like one's going to be for downtown, one's going to be for the other side maybe. Now another thing is that the monorail, you run both directions on it. So we don't need to run like a loop. It's really nice. Like these 2 in and of itself could just go to and from and be perfectly fine. Could we do that right now? Oh yeah, that's literally the line. Alright, yeah, so that does work for the roundabout setup. So most mods still work. Most mods still work. I literally loaded up Skylines 1, all my mods I was still subscribed to, and I just went into the game. You know, it was fun. Now, do they all work? No. No, they all work, but I feel like I'm getting some like weird stutters and some weird lag. So there probably is some optimization I could do to make it a little bit better, but yeah. For the most case, it works pretty well. Technically still works. Technically still works. So I think I have an idea how this is going to work out. So we're going to run a tram line along the coastline. We're going to go underneath this road. And I think we're going to roll around between these 2 sections. And I think we make it so that this is not connected to the side of the road. And then we have the tram cut through it. And then we could potentially just go underground here. Or maybe we keep going out. Yeah, we keep going out. And then we could probably change the tunnel here into an underpass like this. And then we could run the tram through that. And try to come out on this side. Because once we're on this side, we'll come through, go down this way, and then we'll wrap back around here, and then that'll be our tram loop. That's pretty good. Light rail loop. We get some decent access. So if we do that, I feel like I don't want to do the monorail until we do the tram. And then I don't want to do the tram until we do the grid. So I guess we have to do the grid first. Feels weird, man, but it is what it is. All right, so first things first. Right, we're gonna get that curve section right there, which makes sense. And then it's going to be right turn oriented, so it's gonna look like this. I also think we do something weird in terms of design off of this. Okay, so concrete. This is concrete, right? Yeah, okay, so this is the concrete. I think we do a weird design. That I think just makes a lot of sense. This seems weird, but I think this makes the most sense after we're done later. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do it like that. Let's delete this. 11. That's gonna be a control box that we could use as a reference line. Okay. We probably need to figure out how we want to do this shape above everything else. So, very least need a 5. We want to roll out to here. 100, 120. This is 240. We redo this 260. So now this is even. Okay. While that's fine, I don't think I do it like that. I might want to pull it off here. And I still want to run this line setup. 220, 160. Maybe we delete this in general. Oh, that would be kind of unique. I don't know if I'll be able to pull that off though. We could try to do a diagonal here so that we're kind of parallel with this setup. I kind of like that idea. It's kind of tough to pull it off though. So we don't use this as reference. We instead come in with kind of like a preconceived motion. So we want to kind of hug this and run parallel to it, but we want to have space. How many tiles of space should we have? If this is a meter, we could do a 7-meter setup. So we do 3 meters. We run the actual tram down the middle and do another 3. 1, 2, 3. So 60, 60, 120. And then we have to run this line there. That's honestly not bad. Yeah, that's really good. Okay, so delete that. Ooh. Did I bot myself? This is proper space. Nice. Oh, I bought myself. God damn it. 260. 360. All right, so we delete this, delete that. We do a 5 anchor. And then we do this. Then we upgrade that. Kind of grass. They want grass in the middle. Okay. For the time being, I will have to run this setup. We'll leave it like that for now. We're gonna delete this and it's gonna change. It's a little bit smoother this way. Turn off dotted lines. So this is 12, 5, 7. That's probably fine off the main road. And then we want to do this line. This is 120, so we do an 80 here. Okay, so this connects. This is fine to let him work on. Okay. And then we want to keep that similar gap on this side. This is just a normal square. There's nothing to really worry about here. So we want that similar gap, right? So we do 60, 60, and then we know this is going to go out here. More or less. That's kind of like the spacing. We're going to keep this kind of box gridish. This is going to be a weird shape. And then we could try to keep this as like proper shape. All right, so that typically means 5, 5. We may even want to pull a 5 out here and curl out to here. Wouldn't be bad. Curl this here. Having that connect straight through is not a bad idea. This side anchor, we're going to try to do a hook curve. Probably. That way we maximize green space. So this is gonna look weird. $200. That's not really a real curve. But that would be basically what we'll have to take. I don't like how the center looks really compromised though. So I think we'll do a weird design like this. So 11, that's a normal space gap. 280. And then now we can actually take this way. A little bit easier, I guess. That's not too bad either. Let's do this midpoint. I think we're just gonna take the curve, regardless of if it's. No, I'll measure it. 100, and then that's 80. Okay, so anchor deletes 120. And then this should be fine. Not bad. We are gonna compromise this hard corner and soften it. 5, 5. And I think this is gonna work out now, right? 120, 120. Okay, not bad. The only other thing we could want to do is try to do like a small little setup here. So that would have been this. Adjust this out. Delete that. 100, 120. Here to here is 200. We'll do it 220. New 5. And then we're going to try to connect that setup. $40, $140. Technically fits. I feel like while we could do that, I probably shouldn't. And we should keep that open for like a large building. Like we could easily try to do something like one of the unique buildings right there. I think that's how we're gonna want to do that. Okay. So now that we have that tram line, tram track. No guidelines. We're gonna run on the grid. And then we have a tram line now. All right, so I wanted space between the tram and zoning. That way we have a better setup for this. We're also going to redo a little bit of the terraforming here so this looks better. Alright, so it looks like this is fine to be elevated. 4-lane concrete forced elevation. Okay. That pillar being there kind of sucks. We'll probably just have to run the tram line a little bit further out, which is fine. Okay, we want to line up to here, and then this is just going to go down and curl as it needs to. So maybe we do forced elevation here as well. No zoning, which is fine. We get to smooth out the underpass. Okay, so we know that's going to be where it's at. On this side, I guess we want to do something similar. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right, and now we just go underneath, down and under. So we're going to have to massage this out a little bit better, which is okay. I probably have to run a key line on the side for that to make a little bit more sense. So we run that underneath. We could do that later. Is this good spacing so that we're like perfectly behind the ramp? We are. So this could go straight out like that. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. And then what do we do on this side? Because we could run this here. What's on the left side of the tram? Do we have anything there? Do we do anything on the left side of the trams? And then we want to go underneath this, right? Natural underpass with the terrain. Come back up this way. This way, we're going to have to decide how we want to run the tram. I probably try to keep this as a hill. And we want to kind of round around it. That probably is something we want to do. And we do want zoning on the street. We just want the tram a little bit away from the shops. Small little open area. And then we'll have a sidewalk, right? Kind of like this. And run that from the sidewalk to the tram. So underneath, go out this way. I probably do need to go across. This is probably where the elevated tram is okay. So I think what we do here is do a very quick and easy setup. Oops. All right, so 1, 2, 3. I guess we do a grid. All right, so that's 9 meters. That's the minimum height for this to actually work. Oh, and then it's, can we get this to work with the monorail as well? It's gonna be the big thing then, I imagine. Yeah. I could probably see us elevating for a while. Stay elevated over this road at the very least. I'm thinking we do that. So we get a side road here before we decline back down. And that way we're kind of transporting to the center instead of doing the major road. It's weird. It feels like that would be better, but it's like you could argue either way, whether it's better or worse. So connect, go through. We know that this is supposed to be a living area. And then we're going to get to here. Okay. So this is going to be an underpass. We're going to have everything there. Oh, man, we have mad traffic. Mad traffic. We'll have to fix that. I do know of a way of fixing it. I also know what the problem is. I think it's a little bit of a speed issue here. Yeah, that bottleneck at 80 is what's happening. Because from time to time they'll stop, and that pushes back all the cars. Instead of having it actually just flow out. That little pause is bopping us. This sign makes sense, someone's merging in. And then that itself is causing problems. Feels bad. We can fix that though, we just have to redo the intersection. Alright, for now, we know that we're gonna curl out, and then we're gonna go underneath everything. And then we're gonna have to do an underpass here. Yeah, my population is steadily going down. There's something bad happening. No icons. Maybe it's just the traffic. Maybe it's these buildings getting robbed despite being off. Either way, we gotta kind of have to just ignore it. We're not losing it like everyone. It's just a little bit of people. We was at 16K. We was. So we go under, over, and then we're here. Do I need to go over this 4-lane? We could kind of do something kind of crazy where we have like a small little underpass here to go to the backside. So underneath here and do a small bridge. Because I kind of want to pop out on this side. We could just curl in here, have this road not connect, and have these be separate setups. Go through. I feel like that's counterintuitive if we have the monorail coming in that way. So I should try to run it this way. I do want to do that same setup, right? So. Nice. Okay, so that runs out to here. Curl, come up, connect. So come up, do a thing, go down, come up, left turn, curl out. That kind of works. That kind of works. Okay, so we go out, curl down. This space is going to be zoned though, so there's a good chance we go out here, go around before coming back. There's a good chance that happens. I could see how we make that work too. This is starting to look like this needs to be a one-way. Since we're doing a loop, that actually makes a lot of sense. We would basically make it so that you could only board and enter from the right side of the tram, left side of the tram. So you go on the right side of the road, go to the left side of the tram. There's no way to go on the right side to board in, which is probably fine. Yeah, that's probably how we do this. I actually really like that. Let's delete this portion. We end up doing the one-ways. That might be better because it's a skinnier road too. Going that way, going this way. Run this here. $5.40. This is flush, that's flush. So we're just gonna, for now, run it like that, cut this off. We'll eventually add this in later. Same thing with the roads over here. For now, it's probably better for us to just add this in. Okay. Get head into the bottom, curl out, go across, come back up that way. There we go. Forced elevation. No. Let me ground this second. And then we do forced elevation. Why is that dim? Straight slope. There we go. Nice. That way we don't go with the terraform dip right there, which is fine. We're gonna just go over the hill at this point, I think. Feels bad. We're just gonna do that to be a little bit quick and easy. This is kind of tough, but it would be fine. Oh, this is not needed anymore. Nice, we gotta get rid of this. Okay, we do need this wire. Feels bad, man. Had to do that. Alright, for now, we're gonna do that. Do this. Okay, just to have this work for now. That's going to be a very quick and easy tram line because we're not filling out the other stuff yet. And then we just got to do the underpass, go under here, curl out, do the setup, do this terraforming, actually try to make that look nice. All right, let's go. Oh wait, that's the wrong road type. Oof. There we go. We're gonna do the 2-lane. Force elevation. Okay. There we go. This doesn't have to be like that. Okay, we have an underpass now. I am gonna want to do a second one though. Okay, should be fine. Ooh, okay. That is a little off. There we go. Delete this, delete that. Okay, so now we have an easier time doing the terraforming. Ground level here is 140. We're gonna bump this both sides. Gonna bump the bottom out. Okay, and then we're gonna run this parallel. Okay, so right there is pretty good rough estimate. Alright, this should be on the lowest of ground levels. Maybe not. Looks like there's a little bit of a weird indentation, so we'll just over terraform this. Now that it's not on there, we could just undo that. Okay, from here, we know there's going to be a ramp, but I think from here we want to kind of continue like this. So we're going to have to push in. Ooh. Run this straight in. I like that idea. We lose a little bit of zoning here. Yeah. I think we do that. Five, six, seven. Feels bad at the Bob's and album. Bop that, bop that. Yeah, it's pretty good. We're gonna want to do this snap straight, overextend, delete the part that's on the road. Okay, so now we have a line. We know that's gonna be where it wants to be, so now we could take this ground level, 140. For 5, do that here. You're gonna want to double yellow, forced elevate. 1, 2, maybe even 3. And then we're just gonna dotted line. Force ground. Pillars right there. That's a pretty bad pillar. Alright, we could probably just redo this connection right here. That's not too bad. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's just the starting point. That's fair. Let's delete that as well. We know where it needs to be. We're gonna undo, so that's looking like that. We could now pull out the dirt road we need for this. Okay, so this is 340, 270. Let's delete this part, pull this out. Oh, but because everything is relative to that, I kind of need to pull from there. Oh, wow, okay. 460. $340, 720. That's 380. And that's where the problem is. Wow, I have to redo the grid here. I mean, it's only very slight, so it's not too bad. And the curve is, you know, barely a loss. Yeah. So... we don't have the curve with the street, I guess. And get a little bit more leeway. Okay, we'll do it. So what was this again? 460? That's what? 260? Okay, we delete that. Force elevate. Dotted lines. Okay. Double yellow. We're gonna try to ground this. We have to elevate this one. We should be okay with that. Elevate that partially, and then force this one. And we probably just massage that. Okay. Make the 140 height, push this through. Now we know how to do the terrain for this. Delete that. Push this out to here. We just want to make sure we're flat. $495, $675. What is that? $495, $675. 180? I think that's it. Yeah, good math, good math. Get that curve. Flip direction. Okay. Push this out. Dotted line. Small segment here. Okay, so now here to here is... it's close. It's close. We could force this to be bridge, because we don't really need the zoning right there right now. And then I think we just kind of take this. So let's go to 75, slope tool, right in front, right in front. Right, we could do a little bit of ease slope right there. Then we're just gonna take the connections. All right, that's gonna spread out the terrain a little bit. This is now connected. Okay, so now from here, we have to make this actually look somewhat okay. 125, we're gonna go with a 0.10. We're gonna have to massage that portion. Maybe we do wanna force this to be floating. That way this is a little bit nicer looking. This right here, we probably might want to do a proper setup. And then this side is going to be a little weird. Because of the zoning there, I feel like I got to redo this zone entirely. Little bit unfortunate. So this lines up with that. We could line up here and just literally curl this out. I think instead we pull a straight line. One space gap. Now we'll do it here. That's what, 220? That all works fine. And then from here, yeah, we have an easy time now. So we'll just do a simple setup. We'll do the 5 out this way. And then the 5 out that way. We'll do the 11 out this way. Very nice, small little cul-de-sacs. And then everything works out pretty well still. This side is going to be really smooth. Nice little underpass. Okay, so we're going to do a 69 right here. We're going to take this, we're going to push this back. We want a little bit of flat space around the highway. We're going to push this a little bit more than we need to because we're going to soften this. Okay. 125. Soften that bottom part a little bit. Push this back a little bit. This part I'm thinking we might do a proper seal. Yeah, it just makes way too much sense to not try that. Okay. Push this out slightly. You always want to do more than you need. Now we run a key. Okay. That's effectively what I kind of want. We do 25 spot pulling, 0, 1, 0, 1. $75, 10%. Alright, and then we kind of just have this tucked in underneath the road. It's not bad. We're not going to have it continue after that. We're just going to argue, kind of just chills there like that. If anything, it should come down and maybe tuck back in on this side. But I think this is fine for now. So it's an underpass. We have a key line to kind of hold in the dirt so that the tram line's a little bit nicer. It would have been really nice if I was able to make it so that this was running parallel. That'd be really good. Run a parallel line like that. Maybe that's what we should try to do. Yeah, why not? So this is going to be the height level that we're going to be trying to get to. Let's pull this down. So the big thing is figuring out a height level that's going to tuck underneath the 4-lane. So automatically we're just going to follow this. Something like that. And then it's over. That's not right. So this height is what? 152. We probably do a 150. Maybe even a 151. Oh, nice. Nice and clean. That tuck-in is nice and clean. Alright, we got our tuck boys. Okay. That lines up to here. All right, so from here, we push this part in because we want this, yeah, settling here. And then from this point, I think we just take the curve. Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, and then it's just a massage move on the last part right here. So 0.25, 0.10. Let's go with 0.15, 100. Smooth that out. Let's go into full strength. 50. Bottom height. Push out the key. So we get the nice setup right there. Got the nice concrete walls. Okay, this part is parallel. This part doesn't have to be. I'm okay with that. Alright, and then this part. Here. Here. Smooth. Nice and smooth. Okay, let's get the roads upgraded and the zoning back. Everything seems fine. We'll do 2x2s here. 3, 2, 4, 3, 2. 3x4s, solid. 4x4s. 3, 2, 4, 2, 3, 2. Different size housing. Everything should be fine. We're not going to line up the backside. Just a natural hill. I might put a fence, if anything, here. Let that rock now. I moved out a lot of people, which is why we have the minus 700. Okay, so now that we have that, we just have to incline back up to ground level and then figure out our grid pattern on the side. First things first, we got to do our grid pattern. So, because we have a weird skew right here, it doesn't really matter which side we start on. We just got to start on the side. Start setting up a pattern, start setting up the grid. 1, 2, 11. Alright, that's a 2x2 box. Whether we want to go up or a different direction. This is 17. Even with a 11 here, we're fine. Okay, that works then. We want to run this here. There's going to be a parallel line. And then there's going to be a curve here. 11, 11. Ah, so we have to use this side as a reference anchor. Eleven. So if I want to do this combo, it would be here, which works. Not bad. Not bad. And then if we do this spacing, 11. Okay. Okay, I think I see what I do. We basically have to figure out where the central point is that works out really nicely for this. There's going to be a part of the design where it's like the patterns are clashing, and we basically have to be the river that cuts in between. Because realistically, we don't want this deep end to connect to this, because what's going to happen is you're going to have people exit, take the first right turn, and go directly to here. And that's kind of bad, instead of taking the main street. So I'm going to separate this with the tram line, so they are better off going through this way. And then it looks like we go out, and then we turn, and then turn in like that. And we run it basically off of this, which is not that bad. That it does mean we don't get the bottom side right there, which is okay. I might be better off doing a cul-de-sac here then, instead of actually running it out. So let's say this is reference, works out, kind of what we want. We do 60. Okay. That's with this is a line reference. We want the spacing like that. Run that, flip it. Then we're gonna decline into this, which isn't gonna be too bad. Okay. Have this come straight up. That's not a bad idea. I'm also thinking this is kind of a large area. Having this as the only way in is really rough. I'm also thinking maybe we do something weird with that area. There's no way to connect to the top side unless we go down this way, which could actually happen. I wouldn't want to do that though. That would work really well. Kind of crazy. Maybe we do that. That just works out really nicely. So the idea is that we make more of this freeway a bridge, lower more terrain underneath, and run one road, probably this one, to connect the backside. Basically, that just gives people access to go from here to here. Oh, that's actually not good, because they're cutting through the city. I guess you could argue, though, that you're going backwards. You go up, make a left, go backwards, but you get to this side. There's not going to be connection from here to here, so you would go all the way down. So here to here versus here to here. That doesn't seem that good. If anything, that seems like that might be setting myself up for a failure, because that ends up being a shortcut. Maybe it's okay though if we just do it the right way. Because I'm looking at this is gonna be the only way in. You can't enter from the freeway. We're gonna cut this side with a tram. That means the only other road is here. Even if this is all low density, that's rough. Now that's gonna be next to the downtown. Does that feel like that shouldn't be like that? So I feel like having some access there isn't a bad idea. Okay, I think I have an idea on how we have to do it. I think we do that idea. Okay. Let's do another node junction. There we go. Force elevate. Cool. We get the massage of terrain again, make it a little bit nicer. It's gonna go out from here, probably curl out. Maybe even run it parallel to the tram line. That would actually work kind of nicely. Huh. We could technically have the wall elevated but under the highway. So there's like the highway cars don't see the tram. The tram doesn't see the highway cars. That doesn't do anything for us though. It just kind of sets up the side, if anything. And then we would just have to massage in this pocket, which is not bad. And then with that wall, the curve up is going to be a lot smoother. Maybe that is what we do. I kind of like that. Okay, so we're going to go with the 150 strat. We're going to want to delete this. We're going to do the 150 right here. We do this, get the flat set up. And then we just run that here, run that here. And then we just undo terrain. This is a bad anchor. It looks like both sides have a weird terrain thing. That's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, there's literally nothing there. So I can't put this without the dirt spawning. That's really tough. Okay, I mean, we had an idea. We thought that it would have been really cool to try to do, but I guess not. And you can't do anything to the dirt right there. That's pretty unfortunate. We're just gonna have to live it like that. And then just have to do this kind of like the proper way. I mean, I guess we could also just go like this. We get a little bit of vision there. And then this allows us to kind of, yeah, massage this down a lot easier. Now that dirt's not going to matter as much. $75, push this down. And then we effectively have to line up the one way with the road right here. It's kind of interesting how that works out. Okay, so 180. Oh yeah. We will have to decline and run parallel. Same thing here. Who? All right, and then we just need a way to connect up to there. We were gonna ground anchor this so then we could start elevating here maybe. Curl into that. And then from here we want to curl into our road setup. 340. Basically want it like that, which means trim that here. We're going to run a straight slope setup. We're going to run a forced anchor right here as well. And then we'll do the setup. Alright, so that's going to give us a forced easy curve. Meaning that it's forced gradual. We need a reference line here. Alright, so this forced gradualness allows us to come in and then just do this setup. So it's a forced decline that's gradual, as smooth as it can, generated by the AI. And a lot of times you might not want that, but in this case, it works out really well. It's really nice. We get to push back the terrain over here. Smooth out this side a little bit as well. Alright, so there's a little bit of crowding. 50, 001, 005. Just moving out a little bit of this side especially. Okay. This could be straight, that's fine. So let's line this up here, 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 here. And then here we could just smooth this out. So 0.10, 50 is fine. Zero, 0.05. Pull this out slightly. Might want to smooth out this part. That makes sense. 001. Pull this back a couple layers. Little bit smoother. Fixing that bump's kind of tough. So it's a little bit more of a gradual decline here. Kind of nice. On this side, let's go up to 100 for that soften. 001. That's not soften. This is soften. 005. Zero, 001. There we go. 005 here. Okay, you can't even tell it's declining. It's smooth. Okay, with that set up, we can delete this now. We could assume we're declining after this. This is 1100. We'll do the 1100 here. And then from here, it's just midpoint. 540. There it is. $540. Nice. All right. Nice tram setup. We do that curve connection. We don't have any other road connection from this half to this half. This is a one-way. Well, it's not a one-way, it's just you don't get left turns. So a lot of times I feel like they're gonna walk backwards to here. I feel like that's just gonna make a lot of sense. And then we have another entry point there. We probably just do a similar entry point here and here. We could also do a weird pattern. I think this is fun. Okay. For the road logic, this kind of makes sense. It's just kind of awkward. I'm okay with that though. Okay. This is the ideal spacing. This is square. So we typically probably want it like this. Even though, okay, we'll probably just keep this as box. 180. 180. Right, we want to run parallel to that. So of course that means this is a hug curve. Very nice setup. Looking at this, we probably end up doing, yeah, we probably end up off this. And maybe this ends up being a cul-de-sac. So naturally, we'll probably want to run delete here. Move this up. We'll probably do an 11 set. And then we do 5, 6. We get to delete this and we get to run this curve. It's kind of nice. This being a square sucks. So I'll probably want to do side base cul-de-sac. And I want a round right there. We get around, get a small little cul-de-sac. Yay. This connection is kind of tough though. We get so many junctions here. Ideally, I probably want to get rid of this, but I have an idea that probably just doesn't work. So we'll probably just go back to the original idea. Get our box grid here. Let's do a perpendicular street. This probably doesn't curl in unless I delete this and we get a different setup. I might just round this here though. Having this curl out though is also not bad. So we'll do a 6 here. Let's do a 6 here. 140, that's what? 60, 80? And then we can get a round right here. That's not bad, even with the sharp corner. This means that if we want, we could probably run a small little round here. And we probably connect this and make a round at the end. So let's bop this here. No dots. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Small little round. At the dumbbell site. And then we could run a hook here. I probably just run a 11. Run this out. Get the 1 space gap, and then we just run the setup here. We could either connect that, which we don't need to really do. Oh, ha, I know what we do. Let's delete this. Connect that. Delete. Anarchy's on. Perpendicular 11. We get the straight line here. We do the setup like that. And then off of this end, we just put a cul-de-sac, cul-de-sac, cul-de-sac. What's wrong, Mamba? I hear you, babies. You sound like you mad at me. Alright. Small little living area here. Looks pretty good. We're gonna run the weirdest entry point. This is concrete in the middle. We'll run grass right here. And then this is the part that's gonna be weird. We run... Hello? This is supposed to be connected median? Hello? Is it because of the road type, the dirt type? Doesn't seem like that's the reasoning. Wow. Well, we can probably fix that. So let's see. We want to do this. 18. Can we do 12 here? 15? Ooh. You see how this line's crooked? I'm trying to make that straight. That's pretty good. That's as straight as we'll probably get it. Yeah, the further we pull it back, the nicer it looks. We'll just keep it at 20. All right, so now we're going to play around with this. This is going to be so janky. Yep, that's exactly what I want. Funny thing with that. Solid. Solid. We want that to be grass islands. What is this yellow acid? What is that yellow acid right there? So lines are going to be... not tree, pavement. It's low. I don't know what that acid is, though. That yellow bumper. Let's go with a prop. Bump. Wall. Wall mounted floodlight. None of that makes sense. Yellow. Concrete. God damn it, dude. I need to know what that yellow acid is called. I think for now we're just gonna have to put pavement and just be okay with it. So instead of that yellow bumper, we have actual concrete right there. You can't cross. Mamba wants to go outside. I gotta let him outside. Give me 1 sec, y'all. Damn it, dude. Mamba is just sitting there yelling at me and then yelling at the door. And I'm like, okay. And then when I go up to open the door for him, he just hides. Like, he's like, I'm not actually trying to leave. He's just trying to get my attention, man. He's like, I know you're over here, man. All right, so this is a weird slip-on, slip-off road. You come into the city. This is you get to exit, and then 1 lane exits in, and then you go straight. Right, that's your options. No left in, no left out, no traffic here. This is just flow. So these type of roads you probably never see. These are probably also mad annoying if you're trying to make a left into it, because you have this island in the middle that prevents you. I know a lot of times, sometimes I hated islands because you couldn't make a left. But that's good for traffic. A lot of times it's really good for traffic. So we're going to want to set that up. Nice little slick side right there. We have our little grid. We have a little bit of rounds. It's looking pretty good. Pipes over here. Technically, it's fine. Even though it looks like a fucking grand travesty of a pipeline network, it's working, I guess. Okay. This is looking pretty good. We have our tram network in. We're going to connect the road to the other side. We're going to get a grid on this up here as well. Okay, so 11:22. This is mid. Still leave that. 11. So if we want to run a flush grid setup, it'd be kind of tight like that. A lot of times I feel like that is normally what you see. Maybe no zoning over here and it's just concrete. But like, yeah, it does get close up to the highway. Though I would probably want to do like a skinnier section like this. So this is just your normal box grid. Given how the area works in terms of the on-off options, I'm not thinking we do too much. So I'm okay with that. Looking at the tram lines, we got to do that still, but it's not a problem. I'm thinking though right now, monorail. So that's going to be this one right there. We want to connect that along here and do the setup. Basically, the question is, do I want the monorail? Oops. Yeah, that doesn't work. Tram monorail like that. I could go over a grounded tram. So I would, what, elevate over this? It honestly feels like I think the monorail needs to be here. Feels like I need it there, and we put a separate one here. Which I wouldn't mind. That would mean I'd probably want it here. Well, could I put it here? No, yeah, it's here. Given how it should work. You guys might not understand what we're doing too. We're doing a lot of minor strats. If you guys are not familiar with, you actually could drive straight in. Because we're going to be removing these roads, right? You see that arrow? You could just drive straight in, come straight out. And it doesn't matter which way, it's going to work the same way either way. And we're doing the same thing with the monorails. You could drive straight in, get off your car, and walk in, right? So that's going to be the idea. These two are kind of close. I'll probably want one here then. And we're going to have to push in a little bit of this hill. Shouldn't be too bad though. Part of me thinks we do eventually put a round in either here or here. I'm not sure where we want it. But that round is going to open up into this little green space. Okay, so we do this. Because of how the design works and where I want it, we have to put a secondary line here. Like, this just needs to happen. And then we know that we're gonna have a grid on this side. 22. Run the 11, 22. Ooh, that's close. We'll just do that for now. We're gonna have to do something with the terrain right there. There is some strats we could do here, but not while we have sewage coming out here. I'm probably gonna want to do another type of strategy for that. How is it that we don't have enough workers? I guess I was going to move in residency right here, but I've been holding that off to do public transit routes instead. That's fine. All right, so normal spacing is here. Given how it should work, it might be here is where we have the road access. That makes sense. And then that means we might get this here, which means this goes that way. This becomes space holder, and then it would be here. There and then here. Okay, cool. So this is a place, space holder. Doesn't actually need to be there. Push this in a little bit more. Cool. Get that in. Get this in. We could do the monorail connection some other time, I guess. But we could just do it now. Eleven to the sun. 11. We probably don't connect that. And then at this point, we just go backwards. And then that's 22. Yeah. And then this pulls out to the node, and then we just do a curl on the backside. Perfect. Okay. It's a curl in between, so it doesn't really matter how we do this. So I'm just gonna do 6 tile gap, do a setup. This is 220. That works. Okay. Then technically that works. Okay, we're gonna run this setup. We're gonna have more space in the middle. And of course, these lights causing some traffic. Cool. We have a very rough layout slash setup for this, but it looks like it's going to work pretty nicely. We want to line up from there. No dotted lines for now. Let's go here to here, and then here we dotted line. Nice. Okay. And then this is snap straight, 180. Pretty good. We don't lose any bit of zoning here. Really nice. Let me do the same thing here. Not bad. Once the monorail connects, I think a lot of the jobs are going to be easier. Go to maybe not here, but maybe here. And then we go from there. Pretty good. Get that nice round the corner. Let's go. At least don't have to play happy games with rail radius like Satisfactory. Hey man, we don't talk about max length. Max length is tough. Max length is tough, man. It really is. Alright. We want to go here. I am going to assume that this is kind of the anchor point we want to be at for the decrease. And then here, we're going to want a drop off here. And then that connects to the uni? Or do I give the uni its own monorail? I feel like you really can't give the uni its own monorail. Like, you could try, I just don't think it's wise. And I think we just put it here in this corner. Right next to the rounds. I feel like that could work really nicely. Yeah, okay. So play is 60. We're gonna have to bop some offices. Put that there. Bop that. We're gonna de-zone those office space. I want to say connected to the uni, but it's up to you. The thing I'm thinking about is we live in a capitalist society. The fact that public service lines connects to a private university sounds like that would never happen in real life. Because you're just going to get people just monorailing in, not paying tuition, and showing up to class. Because realistically, if you've gone to uni, no one gets checked like who they are, what they're doing at university. It's just kind of like, hey man, we all just kind of chilling. Not that I'm against giving people the education, but I just feel you'll never see that for that reasoning. They're never gonna allow it, man. This is 320, 520. So it is to there. That is at the end. Okay, that works. And then now we got to do a weird underpass here. Because the monorail is elevated and the monorail's on top of the rail. So we kind of crash into the bridges. The game's not going to care about it. So you can do that. I'm just justifying my decision not to have it actually drop off inside the uni. Have it by the high density housing instead. Okay, how do we do this part? There is a tram right here. There is a tram right here. Feels bad, man. How do we make this make sense? There is a tram right here. So normally, you would just do this. Right? And we'd be done with it. Now, how does the tram reconnect? We might actually want this to decline and go underneath and do like a small little bridge section right here. I'm considering that. We just do an underpass, make this a bridge, make that a bridge, and then we go under, kind of like this. We'll go underneath. Yeah, I'm thinking so too. I'm thinking we need to do an underpass, though. Either way. We're going to need to start from these anchor points. So, we're going to anchor the anchor points by putting a perpendicular. That way we know that that's going to be the connection. Height-wise, 152. We're going to go 9 meters. 43. Let's go with the 75 here. Okay. We're going to give us more space than needed. We are going to take this concrete divider, force elevate. Oh, is there a pillar in the way? No, we're fine. And then this is going to be a regular road. Hopefully that's fine. This part, how it kind of is skinny because there's no parking, kind of sucks. For the thickness to match. Was that music from Split Fiction? All the music you're hearing is likely from Paradox. Because I'm playing just in-game music. I'm playing in-game music, baby. So I don't actually know where the music's coming from. All right, and then we do this gradual decline, gradual incline. All right, nice. From here, we kind of need to just smooth this out. That worked pretty well. Okay. I don't actually like that. We are gonna do a weird strat instead. Push this out. $150. This needs to be 25. That's what here. But yeah, man, any music you might be hearing is likely from another Paradox game, whether it's Crusader Kings, Europa Universalis, Stellaris. They do a lot of recycled music from other games in Cities. If not every game that they have, there's music in here that they just, you know, just like playing, I guess. We're gonna do 40. And then we're gonna run this straight. Ooh, that doesn't work. There we go. Right underneath the road. That's where I want to be. Somehow I got too close. Oh, it's because of the dot right there. How would I want to do this? I think I have to pause. We are gonna take this. Force this to be elevated. And then we have to delete this. Okay, this is already pushed down. Okay, as long as that's like that and then stick through the ground, we're happy. This is concrete. No dots. Straight stone. That's what I didn't want. Ah, man. What if we did it the other way? Still bad. There we go. Nice. Now it's clean. Alright, so now we come back in. Push this in a little bit more. Okay. Right in front. Okay. Force ground. No zoning though. There we go. So much work just to get a little underpass in. But that works out really well. Okay. Not bad. Underpass for the tram. Have a little bit of a key line. Make it a little bit clean looking that way. We're gonna take smooth tool. 10%. Smooth this out a little bit. Just so that this doesn't look too bad. It still looks kind of bad. Okay, not too bad. Alright, we know where we want to connect the monorail. So here, and then we go to here. Alright. Time for another big grand travesty. Okay, so this part is going to be real jank. How do we want to do this? This height is 143.50. I think I need to do a minus 12 from this. That's what, 31? And then we got to do another thing where we have to these are pretty much aligned, so I'm not too worried about it then. We're gonna force elevate this because we're gonna have to terraform underneath. Okay, we want full strength. This is gonna seem weird. Okay. Is this EU4 music in the background? It's a good chance. This song is indeed EU4. I could only see what's currently being played. I can't go back and look what was being played previously, unfortunately. That's just a limitation of the mod. But yeah, I see over there. Get lucky. Welcome in. All right, so +1. That works, even though we don't have anarchy. Yeah, it does work. Okay, cool. So I couldn't do this because of the pillars, but going underneath without anarchy is perfect. So this looks really weird, right? So now that this is placed, I get to hit the undo button. Oh, is this still not good? We'll do it again. Might have messed up slightly. Okay, we want to line up to here and here. 1, 2. No. It's only the 1. It's been a while since I've seen some Skylines gameplay. Yo, man. It's been a long time since I've played the Skylines. Alright, so this is actually the height I want to be at. This weird height. I guess I have to undo. That looks weird, but I think if we take this height again and then smooth it out, it's okay. Or maybe I do need a +2, which makes this a little bit rough. That's a little bit tough, because then they won't give it to me. We're gonna clip into the bottom of the freeway. The worst part about this is that we already have a 2-level freeway setup. I don't want the monorail to go over both freeways. Ideally, it would go underneath. I wouldn't mind this, realistically. Alright, let me see if I can make this work. So, 34, right? That's 9. Pull this back again. We pull from this height. We want to go here, but we want to go +1. We can't do it. CS2 is dead game. Skylines 2 is dead game. That's why I'm playing this game again. Skyline 2's is dead game at the moment. Yeah, they're not gonna give it to me. Skyline 2 has been a grand travesty. So if you didn't know, Skylines 2 came out. You hear about the dumpster fire of launch. I don't know if you heard about that, but when CS2 came out, we played it. It was really bad. The game was using up 99% of GPU, 99% CPU. They were bricking GPU cards. Like, it was just a mess. And then if you did get it to run and play, the game didn't really work. There's no pathfinding logic. I built PC just to play that. Tried it on Game Pass day 1 and did not play it since. Yeah, so basically there's just way too many problems with the game. The pathfinding AI, the logic, everything in the code of the game is just fundamentally doesn't work. At the time, it was a big news article thing that they were talking about how the people that did Paradox, that made Skylines 2 were banking on an experimental setting to work out, and then it would solve a lot of their problems. That experimental setting never got finished, so they were never able to finish the game because that setting never got finished. So they basically were banking on the fact that like a technology would come out to make everything work, and there was a promise by the guy that uses the Unity engine and develops tools for it. I guess someone said that they were going to come out with that soon. It never came out. So as a result, they released the game. I don't know who decided that was going to be smart. And then they'll fix it then. They released the game, made a shit ton of promises, even have a Ultimate Edition, pre-purchase, you name it. And then they proceeded to do nothing but sell DLCs. There was a time period where Colossal Order was taking the brunt of it and saying like they're gonna put out a game that works, you know, they're gonna do it for the fans. It ended up being a thing where they just, yeah, they did release it on consoles. The problem with it is that it doesn't run on consoles. So what ended up happening was that Colossal Order couldn't get the game to work. Paradox fired them at the beginning of this year, and they are currently in a transitionary phase with another in-house Paradox studio. I think it's called like Ice Strike Studios, something like that. They have their own studio now, Paradox does. And when that happens, nothing got released anymore. No more updates, no more communication. It went dark, for lack of better words. And then we just got a bike update like a month ago. And that bike update showed how little the new studio knows about any of the coding in the game. Because I can't even believe they allowed that to be an update. The new bicycles update they released effectively doesn't work and only broke the game worse. Because what it did was it messed with the pathfinding of every entity in the game. So now it's like it's a mess, dude. Basically, they made it so that citizens could use bikes, but citizens don't have bikes. So they have like for lack of better words, a parking lot that you place down. That parking lot has bikes on it. So what the citizens do is they have to walk to the parking lot, and then they will go bike to wherever they needed to go. The problem with that is that the entire city now goes to that parking lot to get a bike before they go anywhere else. So you just get all the citizens walking towards the bike lot, and then they bike away. So you get this weird thing where it's like, why is everyone, no matter where they are in the city, trying to go to the bike lot? So it's you know what I'm saying, man? The game is just fundamentally not working, man. Like, I can't even put it into better words. Like, the game is screwed. I don't know how they were able to even release that. Though I think what they're doing is, hey, when launch happened, what was the biggest complaint? Wow, you didn't have bikes on release. So then they're like, you know what? Let's add bikes. Right? And that's what it felt like the direction is. They added in the bikes without actually thinking about the execution or how it was going to work. Well, it seems like they didn't think about anything at all. And then they released it. So someone had to look at that, play with it, and go, okay, this is good. You know, give a nod, and then give the patch update. It's just, man, what is happening with the game? I don't actually know, man, if there's any saving it. And then the worst thing about it is that at the same time that happened, they released 2 new DLCs. One for Cities 2 and one for Cities 1. That should probably tell you where their mind is at. We gotta make sales. Ah, man. So the fact that they're still releasing DLCs and the game just gets worse and worse with the updates at this point kind of tells you the philosophy around this. I don't know what to think anymore. I'm hoping Colossal Order comes out with a new city builder that replaces Skylines 2 and is just better. That I don't know, man. I don't know how else to really put into words outside of the fact that, dude, they failed us. They really did. Wait, this is fine? Okay, this is weird. They give me this. Wait, how was this okay? But this wasn't? This has gotta be something weird. So this should work then. Oh my god, it does. You see how this monorail is basically on the ground at this point? That's the strat. That's what we want to try to set up. Weird little dip. What is the music called? This is Radio Mars. Now is the time. I don't know if that helps. Hopefully it does. Yeah, man. Skylines is dead game. Dude, that's actually such a nice setup. Okay, and it does look like we have to pop that portal, which is fine for now. I'd probably end up doing I could see us doing like a weird offset pattern. It's not bad. Open this up probably. Maybe round off the corner that's right here. Corner right there is a little rough, but I think this is fine. Look at that monorail sinking. All right. That is in. So those are gonna have power now. These two need to have power. We have no easy way of getting the power here, so we're just gonna pull it. Feels bad, man. And then I guess we just won't have this one on. I kind of want this on though. No other way of really getting power here. I guess we will just do it like this. All right, so now they can be turned on. And now people can get to work. Nice. Alright, it's gonna be a little bit of time, but then it's gonna update, and then we're gonna have all the citizens using the monorail, very likely. Very likely. Alright, cool. Now we gotta do this connection right here. This shouldn't be too bad. I probably do want to key this up. I probably want to pull this across like this. And then this is going to have to decline and connect. So let's delete that part. Let's do this. 75.1. It's not bad. And we have our decline now. Okay, so 8:55, 6:30. So that's what? 2:25? Yeah. Alright, so now I kind of just delete this. And we run this here, right? Oh, I can't do that. $225. $225. And then from there, I think I get it. Oh, I did it wrong. Ah. Yeah. Okay. I do have to just come up this way. Alright, we'll do it the incline will be how we do it then. Yeah, that's tough. No, actually, could we just curl this up? $180. Oh yeah, it's gonna be rough. 180. 7, 6. So it's about here. Flip that. And then we have to do this connection. Feels bad. A little bit of a massage. Should be fine. Underpass comes up. Alright, now all we need is a tram station to connect to this so that it makes sense. Not bad. Alright, we're probably not gonna power the tram yet. Now, I want to see... Oh, noise pollution. These guys probably have to get bought then. Little unfortunate. Yeah, we have a lot of people taking this. 60 per week, that's decent. 180 capacity, 50 people at this stop. 20 at the other stop. It's all fine. It's pretty good. We're gonna get more people as we zone it into. So the monorail goes here, here, here. Stops right there in front of the university. Not bad. We got our tram loop coming in. This part is not bad. This part needs to be redone, because we're likely going to curl into this area with the tram line before we get back into this side. Okay, should be good, should be good. So no tram line yet, just that. And then now we just need to move people in. Okay, so since we have power here, this should be perfectly fine. We have water here, right? Yep. Looks really bad though. All right, so this is gonna be a residential area off of a highway. Just gonna move some residency into here. If we do have a school, I'd probably want it on this side, not by the monorail. And then we could double that up with a public library. And then people would go to the library from the monorail. Yeah, that's not bad. Free up a little bit of grid space right there. Public library, elementary school. We get the monorail right there. We could give the citizens a small little playground. And then we could have some trees up front. I don't think we have any commercial here. The commercial would be on here, if anything. So we do want to do the 4x4s. Then probably do this cut right there. Pretty solid. Commercial, residential, a little bit of education. I probably have to move the high school to here, or get a high school for these guys. This is gonna be straightforward. Yeah, so we will have the tram, but yeah, we're gonna have citizens here. Get the 3x3. And then because of the nature of the tram, I feel like this kind of just makes sense. Four, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2. We can put houses there. I think we just don't. get all the zoning here. So this little area is going to be really nice. I don't know if I want to put anything here where the monorail is kind of over. Not sure. Alright, given how this looks like, I probably want to make sure we don't do through streets. That way they don't drive through this area like that. That would suck. Having that separated actually helps out a little bit with the traffic. And then looking at the setup here, what are we looking at? Oh, it's like this. We want to do 22. Get another connection. Right, left, right, left. The pattern is not the same. We could run that out extra. This little space I need to do something with zoning wise. Alright, and I think we could live with that. Looking at this, we probably just want a single entry point here. If we use it, we use it. I think I have to bop the entry streets here. Bop that, bop that. Bop that. We have a interesting pattern. Box, 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 box. Boop, 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 boop. I guess that's fine. I'm hoping, yeah, there's cars already taking that. That's the thing that kind of sucks, right? You want to avoid the unnecessary setup. There is another pattern that we could do that would kind of suck, but this is probably okay for now. If we keep this low density, there's probably no problem here. For now, we're just gonna want to zone this in. This is just a generic grid zone area. Logic-wise, is following the traffic logic that I kind of want to do. We're alternating between right and left turns. We're doing three-way intersection instead of four because it's a little bit better. Technically, it's a 33% gain. Just because of reduce the amount of conflicting traffic lines. I mean, all in all though, it's not a really big thing. Okay, I think I know how I want to do this. We're gonna do a 2 thick strip right here. 2 thick, baby. And then on this side, we'll stop it right there. We'll probably even want this to be a cornerstone. And then even have that there is fine. Then we will have most of this be residential. Even up here. Now we're just filling up the grid. We will come back and bop housing, putting in a high school and all that, create new space for it so it's a little bit better. For now, we're just gonna want to populate. This is probably gonna end up being tree space. Though I wouldn't mind some commercial here. Maybe just on the top side though. Not enough workers, yeah, classic. K-pop. Alright, so we are needing of the jobs. Citizens do be more educated. Nice. They do look like they're lagging a little bit of schooling though. Like these guys need elementary school. We could probably do something like having it back here. And then we're gonna want a high school. That actually could be like right here. I'm gonna avoid putting that in for now though. Okay. I can't believe that guy's already complaining though. Citizens, we gotta let him move in, man. Too much commercial demands. Oh, is that a traffic light? Gotta hate the people cutting through, man. There should be no conflict here. Through traffic, no pedestrian crossing. I guess crossing here is fine. We basically don't want that to be a crossroad. Wait, is there a light here? What the hell? Why is there a light there? This is just straight flow, dude. Citizens moving in. We'll probably want more green space to attract more citizens. Makes a lot of sense that we would. Ooh, this fits. Large playground. That sounds like a bad idea. Large playground by the tram? The carousel makes a little bit more sense. Tropical garden, fishing islands, Japanese garden. These fit really well. Dude, we lost population today. The things we do to work out and plan a city, though. The things we do. We never got the freaking train station actually built. Dude, this all stemmed from wanting to connect the train line, realizing that if I run a train line, we're going to have a bunch of tourists. The tourism is going to cause a lot of traffic, so I wanted to get ahead of that. Getting ahead of the tourism means getting public transit infrastructure. So we're gonna get the train station to curve from here to here. Or maybe we might even do it like this. So it's an easier way to curve, I don't know. Put it on this side. And when we do that, we're gonna need to have like a path to get to the monorail from the train station. I might just move it here, terraform, and have the line just go through like that. Train station here makes sense. It doesn't go through, it just goes to and from. Do that setup, get the train station right there. Try to get them to the monorail, potentially. We could also try to do something insane where we run a perpendicular or parallel with the monorail transit line that slams into the trams. Probably not, though. I don't think going from here to here is going to be like that good. It just gets you to trams. Nothing else we could really do here. Yeah, I should have got that done. It was bad we didn't. It's okay though. Making 10 grand a week. Population is getting better now that we have the new zone over here. Populating. Citizens are sick because of the noise pollution. Man, that monorail is loud, fam. Is there a policy I could do for that? Give them free Wi-Fi, sure. Encourage biking. There's nothing we could really do about noise, huh? That's really just a distance thing. I guess they could get a medical center nearby. And I think I would want to have it instead of the commercial. Yeah, run that. And then this is where we probably bop a little bit of commercial. Get rid of that. Now we have a parking lot next to the clinic. We'll give them a pedestrian path here. That does not actually go over the road. This is fine. I'm okay with this. This is eventually gonna be a thing, I guess. That's 11. I'm trying to see if I could do something weird. Because I could try to put the anchor there. $9.75. Oh, you see that $9.75 has a pillar spawn. I want to see if I could put a pillar here. So we could go out to here. That means that I can't actually use that stuff. And then that doesn't help because there's already a sidewalk here and a sidewalk here. So like they could just go here to here or go here to here and it's the same thing. Alright, so this is what it is. Maybe we might want to cross here. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Elevate this to go over. That would be something. That saves a little bit of traffic. Kind of nice. Because of the monorail, we can't run a path in the back like that because of the rails in the way, but we can keep doing this. We can connect this side, have this come out this way. The walkability is sweet now. Not bad. Okay, so to make this a little bit better, you see how it's like pockets of dead space. concrete tool. Let's cleans this up. Looks like this entire area is just concrete. Hides out all the blemishes. What's going on? OJ, welcome in. Just want to make sure the concrete is nice and spread out. That's probably the best we could do. You're just walking on the sidewalks. This looks very normal, dude. Just walking up the stairs. There's a monorail. There's in the back alleys. Dude, this guy only pees outside. How else do you have the grass this color? He only pees outside with a setup like this, dude. What the hell is that? How's the grass here so weird color? It is what it is. Alright, so this area is coming along. Looking kind of nice. So this is probably going to be our first kind of somewhat high level area. Wouldn't be too mad about that. We probably benefit from having a dog park on the side. And I probably want it in one of these corners. Alright, we'll put it on this corner. Small little dog park area. And then the only people that need it is up there. It's not bad. Let me move one of the crematoriums over here. Let's put it on the other side, and we're going to argue it's so that the crematorium is never next to the clinic. Because the argument is that, you know, you're pulling up to the hospital. You shouldn't have it right next, right next to it. So we'll put it on across the street. Maybe closer to this side. Technically, you don't want to burn bodies in the middle of the neighborhood. So maybe over here. Oh, next to the monorail. No, that's kind of gross. Maybe we don't have a crematorium here yet, then. We're probably fine without it. Alright, we're gonna need more citizens. We only have one parking lot area. I might want another one in this side. Just makes a lot of sense just to pop a couple buildings for one. Alright, so far so good over there. This is working out too. Tram's not on, but I don't want it running yet. Ooh, that's a light, isn't it? Dude, they're exiting here to make a left. That's so tough. What's the transport numbers now? 350. Damn. Do we have to adjust? Because the monorails hold 180 people per vehicle, we pick up everyone each time, and it's not even close to full. Man, my usage per week has gone up. 3 tourists. Wow. People fan of the monorails, man. Kind of nice. Alright, so I am going to do a small parking lot here. We're gonna have to bop these guys, sadly. Small little parking lot next to the monorail. Makes a lot of sense. We are not gonna be zoning there. Okay. Small little parking lot next to the monorail. We got a little liquor store right there. Okay, good stuff. We got a public library. Got some space. We got to put some trees in this. Fill up some of the dead space. And then along the entry point too. This is not bad. We need this to kind of fill in a little bit more. So we need more demand. Okay. The easiest way to get demand right now is probably getting rid of my sewage. So let's get some of the water treatment plants and start putting it in the industrial area. So tank reservoirs. Eco inlands. Advanced. So this is very good. Oh, I can't fit this here though. It would have to be right here, I guess. And then we could put some over here. Give it kind of an industrial feel. I wouldn't want it there. Having it here just makes a lot of sense, I feel like. Alright, we'll do 1, 2. Okay. Water treatment plant by the freeway exit. Let me get some fences. That's not a good line. Park. Wasn't there a fence tab somewhere? Oh, it's right here. Zoo fence, forestry, airport, oil industry, ore industry. Alright, we're gonna go with the ore industry fence. Really well. We get a wall off on this side. That's actually not bad. I don't think we're gonna want to do anything here though. I want to fill this up. I just don't know how. We might want to do the zoned industry, or not zoned, the specialized stuff, and get some of the buildings here eventually. All right, treatment is going to be a little bit better. So we put 1 advanced, 1 eco, 120, 180. So it's basically 1 advanced. Kind of. We're doing 180. These dump 120. So we could dump 1 of these out. I would have to get a second eco. Probably have to put it on the side. Alright, let's run the regular plus eco setup. Okay, that allows us to get rid of 2 now. Death Care is pretty good. We got a cemetery here that we gotta destroy. Feels bad. No one saw me destroy that. Okay, not bad. So with a little bit of the water treatment plants, we get to make the industry look a little bit non-repetitive by mixing in some water treatment buildings. The main thing is getting rid of the sewage so the water doesn't look so gross. But this actually has huge impact. It's really weird. Water in this game is magical. If you flood the map temporarily, your land value spikes up. And the logic is that if you have water nearby, you have waterfront property, right? However, once you get sewage there, the waterfront property level goes down because it's, you know, poop water. So that in and of itself becomes a problem, right? So if we just get rid of the sewage, our land value goes up and more people just want to move in. That's kind of nice. So maybe we put a standalone water treatment plant. Put that on this side. And then that means, yeah, we're ahead again. We get to do this. All right, and it's balanced. Just like before. And then the water is slowly gonna get pushed away with all the bad sewage. Where's sewage? There it is. So yep, it's getting lighter, it's getting washed out. And then the land value is gonna come back and respread back out. You see it, man, it's nudging. Back and forth, back and forth. So in time, we're just going to get more people wanting to move in because the land value on average in our city is just going to be better. Okay, probably don't have to worry about that then. So we do want to do a low density zone here. Get the train line, downtown, shopping center, downtown. A little bit more of extended downtown, but we're gonna have residency in the back, like actual houses. This is gonna connect to the back too. This is gonna be a weird zone. I'm thinking we might not even want anything special here. I'm gonna try to avoid adding like too much into here. So these two probably, shopping center, plaza. I am likely gonna want to connect this to that side somehow. I'm probably gonna bridge over from this side to that side. That just makes a lot of sense. The one thing is though is that my spacing doesn't seem right. Yep, this seems off. It's because of the thickness of the road. I see. So I think what we end up doing is we adjust the spacing everywhere because of how I want to deal with this area. It makes just too much sense. This just is off grid, so we got to redo it, which is fine. Traffic on the highway seem okay right now. A lot of cars right there though. Part of this is very likely going to be a volume issue. Because the highway is going to be faster if you drive. Locally though, it's not going to be as bad. I think once we get more citizens nearby, and they're able to just work in the industrial zone that's next to them, it's gonna be a lot better. Add more lanes. I can't. The thickness is a little bit too thick. Because when we're over here at the bridge, I guess we could upgrade slightly just to get more lanes on the setup. Maybe. I guess I wouldn't mind making the center lane a 2-lane two-ways. We do have that now. 4-lane two-way highway. We just gotta get down with the thickness. No, I know why though. It's because of how my positioning is for my industry. Because my industry is here isolated, and my road to there is like really weird. Like I'm curving this, curving that, going around. The highway is not only a more direct route, it's also double the speed. So it's like all of my citizens, all of my cars right here, almost no one goes through the 4-lane unless they're like delivering to a shop. And the majority of the vehicles are coming in via the freeway and leaving via the freeway. And then the second thing is that this freeway that I built is the only way to go from this side to this side. Because without this freeway, you don't get access to both sides. So I actually made it so that you did. So I connected 2 freeways, so we have a lot of through traffic, which is the problem. A lot of the vehicles here aren't even interacting with us. They're just happening to be passing by. Oh man, look at our residential demand now that a lot of the poop water is getting washed away. It's looking better, which is really good. But yeah, once we finish and get some more zoning over here, get the terraforming, getting this done, connect this, it's gonna be a lot better. Guys, this is gonna be a great spot for us to wrap things up for that. We're back up to 16K. We started the stream below 16 and we had to hit 16 to unlock crematoriums. Oh my god, we barely got to 16K today just to unlock the crematorium. Nice. And then we went down to like 13K when I was building out my public transit routes. And even with a lot of these dead roads everywhere, we're making a lot of money. So I can't be mad. We have a tram line that's not running yet, even though it actually loops around the city. Yo, Alex, coming in with the raid. Thanks so much for the raid, man. Alex, man. I see you over there. Appreciate you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We built a monorail line. This is probably the funniest thing about it, man. I want to watch one of my monorails here. Raid boss from Dreamburg. Skylines 1. Nice. Hey, man. Welcome in. We are also playing some Skylines 1. That, in my opinion, is the better Skylines. Alright, so this is going to be kind of weird. I want to see how bad this is. I had to sink a monorail into the ground to go under the highway. So it's basically a train. That's so weird. You see this? We have to sink to go underneath. I'm kind of clipping the bottom of the freeway though. Feels bad. But yo, Alex, man, thank you so much for the raid. Bringing the community over, share with ours. How was the city coming along? I spent all stream today figuring out public transit, and we got a monorail system as a result. Running that from here down this way, curling in, and then it stops at my university right there. This is going to be a campus later on. And then we got in a tram line to run perpendicular to some of the monorail. So we see our tram lines here. Monorail line is there. And then the tram line goes to the bottom. that touches these neighborhoods. So we get to collect the people and drop them off at the monorail or at the university. That connects them to the industry. And then there's going to be a downtown right here that works out with that. Tram takes the monorail to the shopping center, and that works out as well. But yeah, doing some public transit today. Very dense city build. Started an oil industry today. Oh, nice. Dense city builds are always fun. You got to have a lot of structure for that to work well. A lot of discipline, a lot of structure. I have ran, I think, 250,000 pop city at 90% traffic flow rate before. I am not at a good traffic flow rate now. There's a lot of stupid stuff I haven't fixed yet. Like this slam turn. You see them slow down just to make that turn. I have that all along my industry. It's so bad. I gotta curl it out like this so it's smoother. But there's a lot of like slams like that I gotta fix so that my traffic flow doesn't look worse than it is. We also have a volume issue here. There's just too many cars. And then people merging in causing problems. But yo man, I see you over there. Dense build, man. It's fun until you start seeing that you have like weird traffic problems. Hopefully though, everything is kind of close by and there's no like weird routing. Because you could technically do like a weird double spiral design so that the roads never touch and it's more separated like that. There's a thing where, like, if you just drive for too long, the vehicle despawns, and you might run into problems or, like, services. It's typically going to be, like, ambulance, fire trucks, but you probably know what you're doing. I see you over there, little Alex, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for the raid. We are actually about to wrap up ourselves, but yeah, we were just doing public transit today. My pop started at 15,900. I hit 16. And then I stopped zoning, and then we went down to 13. And then we balanced back up now that I started zoning again. But yeah, big plans. We're gonna be doing a rail system here soon. We're gonna have double cargo, and then we're gonna have a passenger line in the middle slip out. And then, yeah, we gotta fix this side. We're gonna get some more low density here so they have workers. It's gonna be good, man. Plan at a port. Yo, man, you see the ocean anywhere? I'm saying, man. You see the ocean? I don't know if this even fits a boat. It's Portburg. God damn it. You know what, Bert? Just for you. We will build the harbor here. We will. And you know why? Because we have a boat line right here. So you know what we'll do? Off of this 4-lane road coming down right here, we'll run the port town area down here. And I think what we're gonna do then is we will take this elevated area, and this will be like the high-priced zoning, the housing by the hills, right? The expensive house. And then below them is a port zone, fresh seafood, Boston Harbor, soft shell crab tacos. Y'all know what it is. And then we'll get our boat right here, man. This yellow line is a boat line, so it works out. So I can't put it anywhere else. I don't have any more boat lines. That's literally my only line. Alright, should be good. Guys, people of chat, it is going to be time for us to wrap things up for the night. So I'm going to get that save in.